Thank you for that. So welcome everyone to the August 9th, 2024 Colorado Produced Water Consortium meeting. We do have a quorum of consortium members present, and I will go through here in a second and call each person's name. If you could just indicate who you are and what seat you hold on the consortium. We do this at the beginning of every meeting just to develop the record of who's in attendance at the meetings. But I do want to welcome everyone. I think this is going to be a good conversation that we're going to have today, and look forward to it. But to start out, let's make sure that we recognize everyone that's here. So I'll call you out as I see you on my screen. And I'll start with myself. Myself is John Messner with the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. And I am the chair of the consortium. Next is Tessa Sorensen.
Tessa Sorensen. I am the energy liaison for CPHE and the governing body member of the consortium.
Nikki
Wells, representing community and nonprofit seat. Good morning, everyone.
Irene
Andrus, representing an environmental justice seat appointed by the Speaker of the House. Good morning.
Good morning. Jeff.
Good morning. Jeff Kirtland, representing industry, representing the Piceance Basin.
Tracy
Kozloff, Deputy State Engineer, Governing Body Member.
Eric.
Good morning, Eric Anglin with Occidental Petroleum, representing the experience and expertise seat.
Michael.
Hi, everybody. Michael Freeman, representing one of the conservation group NGOs.
John.
Good morning, everyone. John High with the ECMC, representing one of the governing body seats. Thank you.
Commissioner Overton, I see you there. I'm going to have you just state your name and the seat that you hold. We're going to introduce you here in just a little bit, though.
Good morning. My name is Doug Overton, Rio Blanco County Commissioner.
Thank you. Brandy.
Brandy Honeycutt with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Water Quality Control Division, governing body member.
Jolie.
Thank you. Good morning. Jolie Bronner, an environmental justice seat.
Trisha
Pfeiffer, U.S. EPA Region 8, representing one of the federal seats. Good morning, everybody.
Clay.
Morning, Commissioner. Natural Resource Advisors represent one of the seats for experience and expertise in managing produced water.
Barbara
Vasquez from Jackson County, representing Western Colorado Alliance, one of the NGO seats.
Michelina.
Good morning, everybody. Michelina Pollock. I'm with the Energy Council, and I'm representing the San Juan Basin industry seat.
Commissioner Pinter.
Good morning. Emma Pinter, Chair of the Board of Commissioners, Adams County, Colorado, representing local government.
Ember.
Hey, Ember Michael, representing disproportionate communities.
All right, give me a second here. I think just jumped around on my screen. Thomas.
Good morning, Thomas Borg, Professor at Colorado State University, representing academia, research related to oil and gas.
Kevin
Chan, representing disproportionately impacted communities and people of color.
Harmony.
Brittany Cummings, representing environmental perspectives.
Mark Hefta. So we can't hear you, Mark. Can you try talking again, Mark? I wasn't able to hear you at least. Can you hear me?
Is that better?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had it set on my headphones. Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Mark Hefter, representing the industry, the DJ Basin.
Great. I think that's everyone I see. We do have other folks that are with us that are different participants and staff members from different agencies. And so, but that is the members that I see from the consortium. So with that, we will start the meeting. I do want to just share a couple of opening thoughts here. As I reflected on this meeting and the work that we've done, I mean, we've been going at this, I think, over a year now. And I remember at the beginning when we all got together that we chatted about a concept or a quote from Walt Whitman as highlighted by Ted Lasso about the concept of being curious, not judgmental. And as I look through everything that we've accomplished, and I mean, we have accomplished a lot over the last year. As I reviewed everything, I mean, we've developed our initial guidance documents and case studies to promote best practices for in-field recycling and reuse of produced water, and delivered that on March 1st. We've developed the initial produced water regulatory policy coordination report and submitted that on May 1st. We've developed the current state of produced water infrastructure, storage, treatment facilities across the state with emphasis on the DJ Basin report that was submitted on July 1st. We've developed the initial availability of produced water for reuse and recycling analysis report that was submitted on August 1st. We've developed the strategic priorities on topics related to produced water. That's pending submission in August. We did provide our 2024 Colorado Produced Water Consortium annual update. And if everyone can remember back to the beginning of the process, we took a lot of time to develop our Colorado Produced Water Strategic Plan for 2023 through 2030. All of that in addition to the different reports that we're currently working on and recommendations. And I think it's important that we just take a moment and realize all of the work that we've accomplished over the last year through the engagement and input and expertise of everyone in this room or in this meeting. And I think a lot of us came into the consortium as members with maybe minimal knowledge about produced water or the concepts that we're going to be working on. Some of us came into the meeting with lots of knowledge and expertise in produced water, and we're willing to share that with the group. And I do think that this group has done an amazing job of embracing the concept of not being judgmental, but being curious and, getting to know one another and interacting with one another in a way that's respectful and curious. And so I do want to commend us for all that we've accomplished, and also want to give a lot of props to Hope Dalton, who's the director of the consortium, and Aaron Sidlaco, and all the different staff members that have participated in the development of these reports and information. And this was a huge workload that has been placed upon this consortium over the last year. And I'm just really, really impressed with the work that's been accomplished. And so wanted to just make sure that we took a second and and just acknowledge everything that we've gone through over the last year and getting to the point that we're at. And certainly the work is not over, and there's lots of discussions to be had. And, this is a consortium that is designed to last for a long time. But I just wanted to take a second prior to this meeting, since it's about a year since we've started, and just acknowledge the work we've done. Today's going to be a tough conversation. You know, I think we're getting into the point where we've developed a lot of background information, a lot of research and concepts have been developed into reports that we've produced up until this point. And the conversations today, you know, are going to kind of evolve that information that's been developed over the last year into, you know, actionable recommendations that this consortium's been asked to develop. And you know, this isn't the last day that we'll have these conversations, but I think we're getting into some of the more difficult conversations. And so, so first, I wanted to take a second and just acknowledge, you know, the work that's been done up until this point, and hope that we can continue to embrace the concept of being curious and not judgmental, you know, as we have conversations today, and be really open to different folks' ideas, and be, you know, pragmatic in our approach to looking at different points of view as we start to look at potential recommendations in our conversations today. And I know that this group has always done a good job of that, and want to just continue that through our conversations today. So those are my opening thoughts for the meeting today. We do have a pretty full agenda. We're gonna start by kicking it off to Director Dalton, who's going to give us some announcements and housekeeping. We'll go on to general public comment. We're going to punt the deliverable 5 and the conversations around that, and Director Dalton will talk about that a little bit later. We're going to have conversations around the draft recommendations for the 2024 ECMC produced water rulemaking. We'll continue draft recommendation. We'll continue those conversations as necessary, and then we'll work on the direct approach for deliverable 7 regarding removing barriers to the safe recycling and reuse of produced water. So full agenda. Appreciate everyone's participation today, and look forward to the conversations. And with that, I will kick it over to Director Dalton.
Well, thank you for the very kind words. I echo that we've done a lot of work, and it's been a wild ride, and we couldn't have done it without the contributions of everyone here on the consortium. Just being curious. So, not to put Doug on the spot, but we do have a brand new member of the consortium, and that is Doug Overton. He is holding one of the local government seats, and he is the commissioner of Rio Blanco County. Doug, would you like to take a few minutes to introduce yourself and why you decided to join the consortium?
Yeah. My name's Doug Overton. I was born and raised in Rio Blanco County. I am very concerned about the future of the state and what's happening with our oil and gas, and just wanted to contribute.
Well, welcome, and we're very happy to have you.
Yeah, I do also want to thank Commissioner Overton for participating with us here. I think it's great to have the voice from the Western Slope. Rio Blanco County is a county in the far northwest part of the state with significant oil and gas activity, and probably most importantly for these conversations, a county that where operations have continued to reuse and recycle produced water at some of the highest amounts in the state. And so really appreciate Commissioner Overton being willing to participate in the commission with us here today. I'm also having one of those mornings where the words are not coming to my mouth as smoothly as they should. And so I'll apologize, because this probably will happen the rest of the morning.
Hope Dalton, Director. Thank you, Chair Messner. And I'm And we have all our seats filled now with Commissioner Overton, so yay. Now I would like to move on to some of the events that we've talked about in the past. And one of them was the Health Effects Institute workshop in Golden that was held this past Tuesday. There was a lot of talk about produced water and how different states are regulating its use, fate, and transport in the environment, and several consortium members attended and participated in the workshop. I'd like now to open the floor to those members who went on Tuesday to the workshop and invite them to share what they learned. And then I want to thank Chloe, and I think Chloe is traveling right now, so she's not online, but I wanted to thank Chloe for organizing this workshop and involving so many consortium members. So are there any consortium members that attended?
Eric?
Hey.
Yes, good morning. Just a couple of comments. I certainly appreciate the opportunity that Lowell afforded us to participate. It was very insightful to hear input from the consortiums representing New Mexico and Texas as well, being able to compare and contrast some of the opportunities and the challenges that the three states have in regards to produced water and the urgency that's higher in some areas versus others, and some common themes of still needing a lot of additional testing and understanding of what regulations could be effective to not only support recycle inside the oil field, but also outside, and do that in a confident, competent manner. I know some projects were mentioned that reference some work by NGL and Doug White's group, as well as together with Thomas Borch. James also working on some exciting technology there, growing new crops. So it's interesting to learn about, and we'll be excited to see what opportunities can translate up here to the Rockies. And I think overall understanding HEI's effort to try to frame some of the technology and regulatory gaps so they can become more engaged and do additional research in those areas, which we'll continue to need going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. Any other
Hello.
participants with thoughts?
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry, I'm driving. This is Chloe Danforth with Health Effects. And I am here. I just can't see anybody. So apologies. I just wanted to say really quickly that I appreciate everybody joining the Produced Water Research Workshop. I deeply appreciate your participation. And just to clarify that, you know, we are seeking understanding around what are the research needs to understand potential human exposure to produced water use outside of the oil field. So that was the be all end all of that workshop, was really just to get a sense of the landscape of how this might be considered, where this might be considered, and what are the research gaps around that. So I think, you know, relevant to what we're doing, certainly more in July 2025. But I do think there was an excellent opportunity to sort of just share out what is known about produced water management currently across the West. So I guess all I wanted to say is thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity. And I will end that there. Thank you.
Thanks, Chloe. Barbara, your hand is raised.
Yeah, a quick question for Chloe. Are there any notes or video record of the workshop for those of us who couldn't attend?
Barbara, no, we did what are known as the Chatham House rule, which is basically we can share out anything that was learned, but we don't want to attribute that to any one person. So we being myself and some of the folks at staff at HEI are going to summarize the workshop into a report, which we will share out. But otherwise, I can talk to you about some things that we talked about in the meeting, but no, there was no recording. There's not going to be any sort of play-by-play report of what that is. We wanted to encourage a free and open dialogue between the many different stakeholders that were in that room.
Understood, and I'm sure it was a much better discussion than if you hadn't, but when do you expect the report to be?
Let me think. Well, after a long nap this weekend, a couple weeks. I hesitate to give you an exact date because it has to go through many hands on this side of things, but hopefully within a couple weeks.
That's quick, Chloe. Look forward to reading it. Thank you.
Great. Back to you, Director Dalton.
Thank you, Chair Messner. This is Hope Dalton, Director. Tricia Pfeiffer wrote in the chat that she couldn't find the raise hand function, so she wanted to share that it was a great workshop with a large variety of stakeholders. Well, moving on, we had some homework assigned from last month's meeting, and I want to invite Jolie and Commissioner Pinter to speak about the homework they had creating standard health and safety language. Commissioner Pinter?
Sure, I'll go ahead and get started, and then I'll ask Jolie to join me. It became clear that as we were working through our various different documents and deliverables, that we were attempting in many different settings to describe the same concepts over and over again. And one of those was health, safety, well-being, protection of ecology, environment. But we would just sort of say those in shorthand. And so what Hope helped facilitate for Jolie and myself was to try to do some research in existing statutory language, either from the state of Colorado or from the federal government, that encapsulates a definition of public health and safety, as well as community safety, that we could borrow, lift, model, that that we could use for our own purposes, so we're not accidentally using language that conflicts with each other in some of our different deliverables. Sort of getting back to that glossary idea, but trying to build something that encapsulates health and safety. So Jolie, I don't know what you have to add.
No, that was an excellent intro. Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Pinter. And that's exactly it. We're looking also at existing language. For example, we are reviewing the EJ Task Force recommendations. We've been looking at Justice 40 initiative language. And we also want to open up that call for everyone on the consortium here. If you know existing language, or in your daily work, there's language that you're like, this is the language we use in my industry, or this is how I use it. We're looking for that input as well, because this should be a collaborative document. That's why there's so many great minds in this room, so we can come up with the best way to articulate this and use this language. So that is kind of our call. If anyone is interested in adding to this, it is still very much so a work in progress. But as Commissioner Pinter said, the goal here is to make sure we're all speaking the same language. We use a lot of words in here, but our words matter and they have meaning. And so making sure we're all saying the same things to prioritize human health and safety, environmental protections when we're talking about increasing infrastructure. How do we talk about that balance when we're talking about reuse? How do we talk about that balance and keeping that in set language? So thank you for that time. And I think we'll still be working on it to possibly be sharing more recommendations in our next meeting. I don't set the agenda, so I will kick it over to our Director, Hope Dalton, to tell us when we'll be sharing more information with you.
Thank you, Jolie. And we have incorporated the initial output of Jolie and Commissioner Pinter's work in our draft letter to ECMC. There's much more work that they're doing, and they're also looking for feedback from other consortium members. And let's see, moving on. So
I'm sorry, Director
yes,
Dalton, if I could, thank you. If I could ask a housekeeping question on that. When folks find that phrase that is existing or a paragraph that encapsulates this concept, they should copy you and go directly to you, Director Dalton, right? As opposed to creating side chatter. I just want to, like, as a housekeeping matter, just keep the repository of information flowing to staff so that's able to be documented for the record, right?
Commissioner Pinter, that is correct, and thank you for keeping me on track. So as a reminder to all consortium members, email me, and I am the point of contact. So avoid emailing each other about consortium business. So thank you, Commissioner Pinter. Next, we had homework again from Jolie and Michael Freeman, and the homework was really about developing a communication plan that celebrates the work of the consortium and encourages public participation. I'd like to call on Michael Freeman now to discuss a little bit about that homework.
Thanks, so. This is Mike Freeman. So one of the things it's been really noteworthy over the last year is we've done really a ton of work, and Hope and her staff have generated some really fantastic reports. And those reports have just a wealth of useful information about produced water, the volume, how it's used, what the infrastructure looks like, that I think is a great resource for advancing the debate over how to regulate and manage reuse of produced water in the state. But, our work has largely been kind of under the radar in terms of public attention. There hasn't been any media that I've seen about our meetings. We haven't had a ton of public comment on our meetings, and that's, I think, all understandable. But we're moving at this point into a phase where the output of our work is going to be much more public, and especially with the ECMC rulemaking coming up in December. And so Hope thought, and I agree, that it would make sense to maybe have a discussion about some outward-facing communications efforts so that the public understands what we've been doing and what we've found in terms of the research and reporting, and how that's relevant to the public discussion of produced water. And I think that'll be really helpful for both legislators who passed the statute and put us to work, as well as the public and commissioners as part of the rulemaking, and also I think to really raise the profile of this going forward into 2025, because we've got a lot more work to do. And so Hope looped in one of the communications experts from DNR, Chris Aaron. We had a talk, Jolie and Hope and Chris and I talked last week, and I think Chris is going to kind of put together start to rough out a communications plan for moving forward, and we can follow up later soon with some more details about some ideas for communications. I mean, Hope, does that kind of capture what we discussed?
I can close out. Let's hand it over to Jolie to fill in her perspective. And thank you, Michael. Jolie?
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Director Dalton. Again, I apparently just love a homework assignment. Jolie Bronner here. I think Michael did a really great job of summarizing our conversations, and I'll just re-elevate even the philosophy behind having the conversation was making sure that transparency maintains consistently throughout our work, making sure we're telling the public who we are, what are we doing, and why are we a resource? Why should they listen to us? How are we bringing voices together? How are we elevating them, and how they can participate in the process? And so Michael and I were really focused on that timeline piece, balancing with the comms plan. And so just wanted to reaffirm for everyone in the room that we are concerned about making sure that the public knows what we're doing, knows how they can contribute, and knows how they can access all the work we're putting together. So I think Michael did a great job of what our next steps are, where we're aiming to go. But again, there's always room for more input too. So as those drafts come out, we can all email, with Hope included, of course, if we have updates or things to add or ways that other people want to contribute or have conversations around this. The table's always open. So thanks for making that space for us to have that conversation and including us with the comms person, Director Dalton. It felt great to help outline that.
Well, I always appreciate it. And again, please contact me. I'm the point of contact for any communication between consortium members. Our public information officer at Department of Natural Resources is Chris Arend, and he has been providing direction on development of the communication plan. So, Chair Messner, I only have maybe 3 more announcements, so I apologize for taking this much time, but I would like to hand it off to Mark Hefta. Mark Hefta is going to be hosting our in-person meeting in September. So that's September 13th. Mark your calendars. It's going to be in person, and I'll let Mark tell you a little bit more.
Yeah, thanks, Hope. Yeah, thanks again for the opportunity. And Chevron's hosting, not so necessarily so much me. But yeah, we have a whole team that's going to help support it. But we are hosting the September consortium meeting at our Greeley office in just outside of Greeley off of Business 34. I think it's fairly accessible, especially if you're on the north side of town. And then following, we are going to have a training center that I think is really educational for anybody that wants to learn more about the specific. We basically got a cross section of almost every piece of oil field equipment out there that we're going to host a tour afterwards, after the consortium meeting, at 3:15 or something like that on that Friday, where we can kind of walk through that whole training center and just go through all the actual how each component in the oil industry, each equipment component in the oil industry works. And I think it's a great, for those of you that aren't familiar with oil field operations, I think it'd be a great opportunity. So looking forward to hosting y'all next week, or next month, excuse me.
Thank you, Mark. And not to put you on the spot, but there are some safety requirements. Would you just give us a preview of that?
Yeah, definitely. We'll need an attendance list from everybody coming in prior to our work with Hope and getting that developed. We'll just need to get everybody the proper security badge to get in. And then we are requesting that the public participation be limited to online participation at that meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for hosting. And next is, I'd like to introduce a member that, well, is not someone who was invited to participate for the next few meetings is the Bureau of Land Management. Kemba Anderson typically has been representing the Bureau of Land Management. Today, BLM is represented by AG. AG, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is AG Al-Madani. I'm the Deputy State Director for Energy, Lands, and Minerals at the BLM State Office here in Colorado. Usually Kimba attend those calls. She's took a temporary assignment with our headquarters. It's going to be me and her replacement, Ray Ogal. He's not in today, but we'll send you his information to add him to those calls as well. We're happy to be here with you guys today. Thank you.
Thank you, AG, and we appreciate BLM participating for this short few next meetings. My final announcement is the consortium staff is hiring Emma Schmidt. She starts on Monday, and so I haven't paid out the per diems for our July meeting or our September meeting. Our today's meeting. And so Emma will be helping me with the per diems. She'll be helping with Zoom meetings and in-person meetings. And of interest to some of you, Emma attends CSU and managed the Zoom meetings for the CSU Center for Contaminant Hydrology. She's also participated in large-scale experiments involving biosensors that could be used to identify spills of highly saline water. You'll get to meet Emma in person in September. And that's all for me. Back to you, Chair Messner.
Thank you, Director Dalton. Lots of information. Appreciate everyone taking their time to develop the homework assignments and participating in the different opportunities that are presented by different consortium members. And so great update. Appreciate all the work that everyone's doing. I think next on the agenda is general public comment. I'll note that no one has signed up for general public comment in person, although we did receive written public comment from Karis that's been distributed to everyone so that they can read the public comment that we received. Next on the agenda is to finalize deliverable 5, but I'm gonna kick it over to Hope to talk about her plan for addressing deliverable 5.
And Chair Messner, there is an attendee, Angelique, that has her hand raised. I believe Angelique wants to provide public comment. Is there an opportunity for her to do so?
Sure. Yeah, if she's here and she would like to provide public comment, that's appropriate.
Okay, Aaron, would you elevate Angelique, please?
Hello, thank you everyone for taking a moment to hear this public comment, and thank you all for your work that you bring. My name is Angelique Rodriguez. I'm an independent community member that is very interested in the conversations, decisions, and work that's being done here with the consortium. And I want to I know that we are looking at bringing the ECMC rule forward and finalizing things and trying to get a deeper understanding of these things. So some of the questions that I had and some of the points that I wanted to just offer is as we look at moving things from the DJ basin to, I would ask the consortium to consider some of the transportation factors involved in this and the communities that these will be around and the areas that will be exposed to potentially dry dust of this water, of the water moving, potentially who is responsible for the waters as they are in transport. And what are those markers? What are those accountabilities to the public in this transport in terms of the type of vehicles that are being used, in terms of the protocols of how that transport is happening and the routes that they're using and the times that they're on these places or on these routes in terms of public use and safety. The other thing that I would also like to add is also where are we loading these and in relation to the air. I mean, I think that, well, it seems to me as though there's a concept that this water is separate from any other water or any other part of the systems. And I just would like to remind the consortium that water is the oneness of all things. And even though we may have it stored here in one section that is away from everything else, there is evaporation, there is dust, there is air, there are things that are constantly in interplay with these areas. And to be cognizant and aware of the choices that we make of where these places are going to be in relation to our local school systems, in relation to our public areas, our public parks, our public waterways, because these are all going to be affected in this direct relationship that is just universal law. And with that, you know, again, I would just like to reemphasize that we are all making choices for the next 7 generations. All of us in our everyday, moment to moment lives of how we want to come in alignment or not. And everything is a choice. And I'm not here to make any judgments. What I would like to offer is that we really take these choices serious on a personal level. And we understand that the implications of the choices that we're making today in these rulings, in setting these precedences for the state of Colorado, is there room for us? Are we willing to be courageous enough to look beyond the current processes, the current rules, and the current delegations and understand that we are choosing for humanity. And those choices are extremely, extremely weighty. And to really consider the weight of what these conversations are having, because they are very, very powerful for how humanity moves forward. We are setting precedents. So are we courageous enough to stand? We see these old processes, we see these old ways, we see how there's always a timeline, there's always a rush, there's always isolation of information. There's certain characteristics to the way things are moving now. And I would like to invite the courage of us as a people and not citizens, which is 17th on the list of hierarchy, but to remember that we are the people and our government works for us. They are employed by us and they are accountable to us, and we have the voice. And it is time for us to step up and use this voice in a courageous way, to step away from these processes that don't work, from these isolations of information where, I mean, I've been following very close with the consortium. I've heard a number of people request more information, more clearer communication, more understanding of the process. I mean, we were in meeting 7 and people weren't even sure what reuse and recycle differences were. This is extremely alarming when I consider, when I personally consider you guys are making the decisions for 7 generations, but there's that level of knowledge and you're making the choices. So what I would like to invite the entire consortium membership to please take money out of the equation. And if you can still feel like these are the good choices, wonderful, let's make those choices. But if we can take money out of the equation and not even consider a financial anything and look at, is this a good choice for our waters and us as waters, and realizing that this is the oneness, and what we do to these waters is a direct relation to our own waters moving forward and to the waters of our children, because that water will be in the air, that pollution will be in the air, that will be moving throughout our entire ecosystem around this planet, because it is one system. So I would just like to implore the consortium, everyone here, to please remember it is one system and you are a part of that system. And these choices are extremely weighty. And please,
Angelique, if you could wrap up your comments, please. We really want to hear from you, but you've been talking now for 8 minutes. Typically, we do public comment for 3 minutes, and so I've tried to be able to allow you to speak a little longer. But if you could wrap your comments up, that'd be great.
yeah, absolutely. And you know, as a public person that you all are serving, and we all are like here as we're going to deal with the repercussions of all these choices. So I feel like those 8 minutes are very valuable to just reframe things and help remember what we're doing here. We are the people, and the government works for us. And when the war machine is done and oil is gone, these choices are still going to be in play. So please, please, let's move back into our hearts and remember that this isn't just a job. This is the next 7 generations. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, taking your time out of your day to share your thoughts with us. We do appreciate it. So with that, and do encourage folks that do want to provide public comment to sign up. That allows us to kind of set the agenda a little better from a timing standpoint. And so I do encourage that. With that, Director Dalton, I'm going to kick it over to you to talk about your approach to how we're going to deal with deliverable 5.
Thank you. So deliverable 5 is a final draft. You saw the first draft at our July meeting, and there was considerable feedback and actually the most participation I've seen from consortium members. So I I really, really appreciate the active participation in preparing this report, this final report on the necessary infrastructure, storage and treatment for, when we're planning for the future of reuse and recycling of produced water. Unfortunately, I do not have a final draft for you today. So we will be postponing that to an August 22nd meeting. So this will be a special meeting of the consortium. If you are getting a per diem or stipend for attending, you will get that stipend for this special meeting. It's August 22nd. You should be receiving a calendar invite. It will be virtual. It'll be at 1 o'clock and it will take 1 hour. We will hear Greg Dronlow from ECMC present on this topic, and then we will finalize the report by assuring that everybody's voice has been captured, and then staff will just polish it up and with your feedback and deliver it to the bill sponsors on September 1st, meeting our statutory requirement. Chair Messner.
Barbara, you had a question?
Yeah, others may be wondering the same thing, so I'm going to voice it. Do you think 1 hour is sufficient?
Director Dalton?
Barbara, how long do you think we should budget for this discussion?
I'm going to leave that to you, Hope, and if you think an hour is sufficient, but there's been a lot of input, as you said, and involvement on the part of commissioners, and there may be more discussion than you might be anticipating.
I appreciate that. And you have been one of the active members, so I sincerely appreciate you commenting on the time. Chair Messner?
We've got a few others that I think have some thoughts. Eric?
I think Tessa was first. I'd let her go ahead.
Sorry, Tessa.
If that's all right.
That's fine. Tessa Sorensen, governing body member. So I guess I think that 1 hour might not be enough. I think Barbara might be onto something. I also think maybe we could be as efficient as possible if we had a short list of items within the document that we know we want to talk about the most, or conversely, we could have a list of the sections of the document that we all kind of agree are where they need to be versus not. So that's the my 2 cents.
Eric?
Yeah, I guess my only comment is Director Dalton, to the extent you can help us understand the remaining pieces that are still in process, and if there's anything we can do to help with that so that upcoming meeting can be efficient, please let us know.
Irene?
Irene Andrus, I was also going to request, can we get that at least maybe 5 days in advance before the meeting so that we have time to review what the open issues are and give it some thought? Thank you.
Director Dalton?
Thank you for the feedback. I always intend, with my best intentions, to get the consortium members documents to review 2 weeks prior to when we discuss it. It's been fast and furious, so I do really appreciate the grace that the consortium members are showing me and the staff today. Irene, we will do our best to give you that that document as soon as it is in a state that is considered final. Eric, to address your comments, I think, forecasting the future, if we could forecast the future, we'd all be millionaires. And I think that's where we're kind of getting stopped. Like, what infrastructure is really needed for the next 5 years, 10 years, 25 years, and into the future. So we're basing all of that infrastructure based on new data from ECMC as well as historical data. So, just trying to identify that. And I know you've been very helpful in identifying some data. How does everybody, or at least how do you, Barbara and Tessa, feel about extending it to 2 hours? And then if we don't take that time, you get it back in your day.
Okay, why don't we do this, Director? Let's extend it to 2 hours, and we can send the invite out. It will be important that we have a quorum, and I understand that this is a special meeting, and so some people may not be able to attend. And so I do think it's important that when you get that meeting invite, that you respond to the meeting invite with either an acknowledgement that yes, you will be attending, or no, you will not be attending. So at least we can have a preliminary indication that we'll have enough folks to have a quorum. I think that would be helpful. And if it doesn't work and we can't get a quorum, Director will have to come up with another date and time. Or a group.
Sounds good, thank you.
Like that, yeah. Anything else on that topic or any other questions? Okay. The next topic on our agenda is discussing the draft recommendations for the 2024 ECMC produced water rulemaking. It's going to be a longer conversation, and we did have that was scheduled in there. So I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break and come back at 10 and begin that discussion. So we will see everyone at 10 a.m. Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started with the meeting again. Again, this is the Colorado Produced Water Consortium meeting for August 9th, 2024. Next up on the agenda is a discussion regarding draft recommendations for the 2024 ECMC produced water rulemaking. HB 23-1242 indicated that on or before December 31st, 2024, the Commission shall adopt rules to require a statewide reduction in fresh water usage and a corresponding increase in the usage of recycled or reused produced water at oil and gas locations. Hope's going to go into this and present her findings. I'll note that while the ECMC rulemaking is required to do a number of different things as associated with HB 23-1242, the role that the consortium takes is the section in the requirements that ECMC must establish, based on recommendations of the consortium, an iterative and consistent schedule of dates that will significantly increase the usage of reused and recycled produced water and decrease the amount of fresh water utilized in oil and gas operations in the state, while ensuring the protection of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. So with that, I'll kick it over to you, Director Dalton.
Thank you, Chair Messner. And just so that you have a feeling, this presentation should take about 15 minutes, and I am trying to incorporate the feedback I'm hearing to use simple and plain language. So you'll see a little bit of complex language for the lawyers in the room and those like me who love regulations, and then you'll see a little bit of simplified language. So in this presentation, I'll review what we have to accomplish per House Bill 23-1242, which Chair Messner identified at the introduction. will review the draft schedule of dates that require an increase in reuse and recycling of produced water over time. We'll review the data that was used to develop this draft schedule of dates. And then I've been speaking to each consortium member individually. I didn't get to all of you, but I do appreciate the time for everyone who has taken the time to share their just thoughts about how the consortium can best provide these recommendations to ECMC. So what does the rules say? The rules say the commission shall adopt rules on or before December 31st to require a statewide reduction in freshwater use and a corresponding increase in the usage of recycled or reused produced water at oil and gas locations. And then it has all of the language that we've heard before. So what does this mean in plain language? What happens in December? Well, there's Joel. I miss Joel. So what happens in December? ECMC will adopt new rules for oil and gas operators. ECMC will consider the data from these new forms that we used for our deliverable for the August 1st report on the availability of produced water for reuse and recycling. And ECMC will consider recommendations from the Colorado Produced Water Consortium. So what does ECMC have to consider? On this slide, you'll see lots of new data that is being collected per the House bill. And ECMC is collecting this and analyzing it and looking for trends and really using this data to inform their work. So what is this in plain language? What is the new data? Well, we want to know about freshwater use. How much freshwater is being used and where is it coming from? We're also wanting to know, and when I say we, I really mean ECMC wants to know how much fresh water is used. We request data from ECMC. So that's how I put the we spin on it, is the Colorado Produced Water Consortium is interested in this ECMC data too. So how much fresh water is used? Where is it coming from? For recycled and reused produced water, how much produced water is available? How much is being produced? How much is being used? Where does it come from? Where does it go? And so that's really what this new data is designed to tell us. So moving on, ECMC produced water rules must include all of the requirements and prohibitions listed on this screen. And what does this mean? Well, there are going to be new requirements for new oil and gas development plans. So in new oil and gas development plans, and these are submitted by operators to ECMC for review, and they're saying, this is what I'm planning to do. This is how I'm going to develop my field. And so the new requirements are answering the questions. How are you going to treat produced water? How much recycled and reused produced water will you be using that's displacing the use of fresh water? How are you going to control emissions? And then other requirements as determined by the commission. So moving on, there are requirements that ECMC has to develop for this rulemaking. And this is to really protect disproportionately impacted communities. In disproportionately impacted communities, there will be no new centralized produced water storage and no new centralized produced water treatment facilities. And then there's some data requirements that ECMC is going to require and present at this rulemaking. So how far are vehicles traveling? How far are they traveling to get fresh water? How far are they traveling to get produced water? You know, are they traveling further to get one or the other water sources? And then how far are they traveling to manage produced water, you know, to take it to a injection well or a centralized facility? And I think based on the conversations I've had with each of you, I think we can all get around the concept of reducing vehicle miles traveled. And that's something ECMC staff is going to present at the rulemaking. So where is the consortium's role in the December rulemaking on produced water? Well, the commission must require an iterative and consistent increase in the use of recycled or reused produced water without increasing emissions. This consistent and iterative schedule is based on the recommendations of the consortium. And this schedule of dates is what we're going to focus on in our discussion today. So next slide. So the increase in the use of recycled or reused produced water, we're going to really forefront in our mind, consider consistently increasing the use of recycled and reused produced water. Also forefront, we want this increase, but we want to do this increase without increasing emissions. And we can consider oil and gas basin specific benchmarks. This is our task. To go further into the recommendations of the consortium, next slide, we have to develop this schedule of dates to meet our goals. What's our goals? It's listed in the House Bill 23-1242 and in statute that our goals are to significantly increase produced water use. And when I say our goals, I am specifically talking about the Colorado Produced Water Consortium. Our goal is to significantly increase produced water use, decrease freshwater use, and above all, protect public health, public safety, public welfare, the environment, and wildlife. What we determine and finalize as our recommendation at our September meeting, we will get the opportunity to review these dates every year. As many people have mentioned, we're collecting the data, we're learning, and you know, this is our first try at the dates, and we will have an opportunity annually to review these dates. The dates must be based on science. They should show significant advancement of the goals. And the goals of this section must take into consideration population dynamics, improvements in technology, research, best management practices, and infrastructure development around produced water. So what's the regulatory mechanism that is being used? And this is very simplified, so apologies to those in the audience that have to do this as part of their daily job. I did simplify this process. This is for new oil and gas development plans, as mentioned at the beginning of the legislation, this section of the legislation. So oil and gas development plans, they memorialize the industry's commitment to development of their fields, and it includes a water plan. I don't know if they ever submit these types of graphs, but the little graphic you see on the edge of your screen, you know, it's showing this percentage of fresh water is being used. This percentage in yellow is the produced water that's included in the water plan, that percentage. And then I added a little purple because you're allowed to use reclaimed water, such as treated domestic wastewater. And so that's still part of the fresh water, but it is, you know, it is using something that hasn't been fully treated or being removed directly from our streams, and then it will go back into our streams. So permitting. So you develop your oil and gas development plan, and then you go into your construction phase, your drilling phase, and your completion phase. And in the permitting, you look back at the water plan and propose a water sharing agreement. And you say, I'm going to obtain the produced water by sharing water with another operator or working with another company. And it really shows the source or multiple sources of produced water. And this is included in our past reports. The next one is really important, this trackable. And so we're reporting, operators are reporting how much produced water they're using, how much fresh water they're using. And a lot of that data is included on the new forms, Form 7W and Form 47. And there's additional reporting requirements. And this data was in our May and our August reports. And then enforceable. So ECMC will review the data and they'll say, does it match the oil and gas development plan? Does it match the water sharing agreement? Does it match what we're seeing and inspecting on the ground? And if it doesn't, ECMC has a compliance process. And this is also included in a past report. So what are the draft recommendations? These are just for discussion purposes and based on we'll say the interviews I've had with consortium members. And I interviewed consortium members per the direction of the consortium at our July meeting. So this is a tiered approach. And I'm hoping not to have a range in our final recommendations, but for discussion purposes, within 2 to 4 years, so within a short time frame that is implementable by ECMC, we will see in new oil and gas operation plans a 5 to 10% proposal of produced water used downhole in new oil and gas operations. So how do I simplify that? Well, when an operator goes to the commission and says, we'd like to present this plan of our future exploration of oil and gas, here's the water plan, and at a minimum, they'll have to say, I'm going to use 5% or 10% or anything in this range or a range that you direct us to include. But we're going to include that in our water plan for hydraulically fracturing our wells. And that's very simplified. So, and then it builds. And so the next stage is, you know, maybe they don't have all the infrastructure in place. So they're going to build a little bit of infrastructure, get those partnerships in place, and then they're going to increase the reuse and recycling of produced water by a certain percentage. I will transparently say in my conversations with all of the members, no one really had a firm idea of what this second tier might be as far as the percentage of produced water that could be used for hydraulic fracturing, but they generally agreed it could be more than 10%. And then the last tier is really thinking of full build out. If we have full infrastructure, we have all of the the capital built, so that infrastructure built and the storage and all of the collaborations in place and partnerships in place, then we can achieve a much greater percentage of produced water used for hydraulic fracturing. So, why are we focusing on new oil and gas wells? So this is the water plan and the oil and gas development plan. So existing wells are producing the produced water. New oil and gas wells need water for well completions. So this is where we can think about hydraulic fracturing for new wells. And the largest use in the oil and gas activities for water is hydraulic fracturing. So we're focusing on those new wells because they use a lot of water. So let me talk about produced water supply and demand. You'll recognize this map from our previous reports. All of the information on this slide are from our previous reports, and using data from our previous reports, I can say that the highest volume of produced water in Colorado is found in the Piceance Basin. The counties that produce the most produced water include Rio Blanco and Weld counties. So where's the most exploration expected? Well, the majority of new oil and gas permits are in the Piceance and the DJ. The highest volume of water used for hydraulic fracturing has been in the DJ Basin. And then produced water is transported either by pipeline or more commonly where there is lack of infrastructure, it is transported by trucks. So let's talk a little bit more about infrastructure. So the Piceance, San Juan, and the Raton have infrastructure that allows for the safe transport of produced water. Produced water storage is needed for reuse and recycling in new oil and gas operations. Most of those new oil and gas operations are expected in the DJ. We have to store the produced water because that produced water comes from an existing well, so we'll have to store it before we can use it to hydraulically fracture a new well. So centralized storage and treatment facilities are found in the Piceance, and they are very limited in the DJ Basin, highlighting that the DJ Basin is in need of infrastructure. So protecting communities. These graphs also are from previous reports, and hopefully you can see there's kind of a tan or peachy color shading. Those are disproportionately impacted communities, and you'll see many of the basins, you can't build some new centralized facilities because because new facilities cannot be permitted in disproportionately impacted communities. So we really have to be thoughtful about how we recommend the increased use of reused and recycled produced water. We have to really protect the communities. And I know that's at the heart of all of the consortium members because I heard it in the individual conversations. In addition to protecting communities, we need to protect wildlife. The map on your screen is locations of high priority habitats. The highest density of high priority habitats occurs in the Piceance Basin and the San Juan Basin. And how is wildlife currently protected through ECMC rules? So wildlife plans are included, and Chair Messner will likely correct me, but I think they're included in the oil and gas development plans. and they include a wildlife protection plan. How is industry going to protect the wildlife existing in the area? And then a wildlife mitigation plan, again, to protect the wildlife, especially during, from what I understand, during mating season is a really important time to protect wildlife, and during times when food is so scarce. And so some operators even stop operations during these highly sensitive times. So we're also considering protection of wildlife in our recommendations. So I'd like
Director Dalton,
to,
I know you've got a couple of folks that have hands raised. I'm assuming that you would prefer to take questions at the end of your presentation.
I would, because I imagine this discussion will, I think we have 2 hours scheduled for it. So if you could hold the questions until the end, we'll go back to the slides that you had the question on. Thank you, Chair Messner. So I did want to kind of highlight some additional findings. I want to recognize that it's beneficial to the state of Colorado to increase the amount of reuse and recycling of produced water in new oil and gas activities, which will in turn reduce the amount of fresh water used in new operations. So although the focus of our recommendations are on this increase in the use of reused and recycled produced water, we are essentially reducing the amount of fresh water through increasing the reuse and recycling of produced water. And we will get an opportunity to focus on the freshwater resources in our December 1st report. In our December 1st report, this report goes to state agencies and the General Assembly. It's much more broad than ECMC, and it's setting statewide short and long-term goals for the reduction of fresh water in oil and gas activities. So although today we're talking about recommendations to one state regulatory agency, we will have the opportunity in our November 1st report and in our December 1st report to really focus on fresh water and more state agencies and the General Assembly. So additional findings include the highest percentage of reused and recycled produced water in new operations is in the Piceance. The least amount of reuse and recycling of produced water in new operations occurs in the DJ Basin. Conventional drilled wells, and just to simplify this, conventional drilled wells is essentially starting at the surface and drilling straight down and pumping straight back up, while a non-conventional drilled well, it starts at the surface, it's drilled down, it goes out, and then that fluid that usually is obtained through hydraulic fracturing, that oil and gas and water come back up to the surface. So we are focused on non-conventional drilled wells, but conventional drilled wells, the reason we're not focusing on them is due to their shallow depths and lack of stimulation activities, and they're often not a good candidate for reuse and recycling of produced water. We can always revisit that, but right now, to focus our discussion, it's on non-conventional drilled wells. So why are we taking a tiered approach to this establishment of an iterative and consistent schedule of dates that increase the use of recycled or reused produced water? Well, the first step focuses on, and this is our first step, the recommendations that we will finalize at our September meeting. This is our first step at a schedule of dates, and it's based on the data that we know. So it's based on current infrastructure, storage, and treatment facilities, and that first step in the tier of 3 steps is what can we do today? What can we do with our current infrastructure? And then the next 2 steps are really considering increasing strategically increasing infrastructure through thoughtful planning and permitting, and really encouraging that capital funding and building of infrastructure needed to increase the use of recycled and reused produced water. So these additional thoughts are they're kind of not attributed to one consortium member. I heard these thoughts echoed in many of the conversations that I had with consortium members. There was a huge number of consortium members that mentioned the benefits of minimizing truck traffic, the benefits to public health, public safety, protection of the environment, and benefits to wildlife. I also heard, let's continue to learn. And when we revisit these schedule of dates next year, we'll have science and data to really inform the recommendations for 2025. You'll notice that in the draft recommendations, it says produced water or the equivalents. So produced water is considered E&P waste, and let's really identify if produced water is not being produced in a nearby location, what could an equivalent to that produced water look like? I heard from a few of you, let's really expand this from produced water to really considering limiting the use of freshwater resources by looking at alternatives such as reclaimed water and industrial water. And really, over and over again, I had thoughts that said, whatever produced water is coming up, let's keep it. Let's reuse it. Let's recycle it, and let's look at the overall operations to reduce the use of fresh water, find those efficiencies. So no one can accomplish these goals alone. The first tier is really designed to get collaborations going. Can I make an agreement with my neighbor to use the produced water from their site on my new site that's next door? And no one wanted to limit innovation. All of the conversations said innovation was key to success, especially from the regulators. I heard that the schedule needed to be obtainable, trackable, and enforceable. I also heard performance-based is better than a prescriptive approach to this schedule. If we choose a prescriptive approach, it limits innovation. And then a phased, ramped up approach helps us to avoid unintended consequences. So if we can agree on that first step and what can we achieve quickly, then we revisit it annually and look at the data and inform our next recommendations. And we continue to refine and advance our goals. Additionally, I heard from a few to consider eco-friendly alternatives, and everybody that I talked to said, let's all do the right thing for Colorado. So what are the key takeaways? And you'll see some health and safety language. Thank you to Commissioner Pinter and Jolie Bronner. In all the consortium's work, the protection of public health, safety, and welfare, and the protection and preservation of the environment and the wildlife that makes Colorado a great place to live, recreate, and visit was on the forefront. There is an understanding among consortium members to present recommendations where the benefits of reuse and recycling of produced water is balanced with the potential risks. So the iterative and consistent schedule of dates to review. This is a first attempt at the schedule of date. It's based on intensive data analysis from 6 consortium reports. The science continues to grow, and we will revisit this schedule annually. And so, Aaron, if you can go back to the key takeaways, I think we'll come back to the schedule after I take a few questions from consortium members.
Okay, thanks, Director Dalton. Would you like those questions now?
Let's do it. I'm ready.
Okay. Well, we'll start out with Tracy.
Thanks, Commissioner Messner. Thanks, Hope. I think that was a really great, very clear and helpful presentation. I just had a question on, you had a slide with some maps about infrastructure and disproportionately impacted communities. And I was struggling to see where the disproportionate, I can't say that word today, where the impacted communities are located on these maps. I just wanted to ask again about that.
So I think one of the feedbacks and kind of the reason that deliverable 5 is delayed a little bit is that we need a map that clearly shows where the outlines are for the disproportionately impacted communities instead of one that has multiple layers. So I will include that in deliverable 5. And once it's in deliverable 5, I'll include it in the background that will be provided in our draft recommendations.
Thank you.
Barbara?
Yes, thank you, Chair Messner, and Hope. I want to reiterate Tracy's comment. This has been a very helpful starting point. I wonder if you can go to the slide that has the map of flow lines in the upper right. I think it's further back.
It's back one.
The one before it. Yeah, back one.
No.
And while we're trying to get there, my simple question was, there was a category of lines called CO2 and produced water. I didn't know that the same line was used for both.
Just a second,
Is
Barbara.
that?
Yeah. Aaron, this is slide 18 that I believe she's talking about.
It's where you show the map of the flow lines in the upper right.
You said in this slide, the infrastructure slide, Aaron, in that slide, everything that is blue is flow lines. Okay, and then if
not this slide, there's one where you have a little inset in the upper right.
Okay.
With labels of the different types of flow lines.
So this one is also a flow line map, and but those are the only 2 maps that have the flow lines in them.
It does say CO2 produced water.
See that in the upper right? CO2 produced water? Yellow? In your legend? Right. Does that imply that the same line is used for CO2 and produced water?
So the flow lines.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If the answer is
the answer is yes.
Go ahead. Okay. Surprise to me, and I need to learn more about that. So if we could, if you'll give me the grace of asking a couple questions. The percentages, the targets that we're talking about, maxing at 30% or 40%, are those statewide targets? How do we get to basin-specific targets where we have the Piants now at approximately 50%? So asking them to use 10 to 15% of their water downhole as produced water would be useless. So how do we partition this per basin so it makes sense for the operators what we're actually asking for?
Barbara, I think that question of whether it's statewide or not is better left to our discussion after I answer the questions related directly to this presentation, because it's a good question. And, you know, oil and gas development plans are, the regulations are statewide, but we do have the flexibility to create basin-specific requirements. So if you don't mind, I'll delay that after I
No, that's
answer
fine.
all of these questions.
That's fine. And one last clarification, these are only for new wells. Our ask and these dates for ECMC do not apply to restimulating an existing well. Is that correct?
So I will have to defer to John Heil if he's on the call. I believe that all oil and gas development plans, which is where we're focused right now, based on the direction from the legislation, all oil and gas development plans are for new wells. But I don't know about redevelopment of old wells. John, are you on the call?
Hey, yeah, I am on the call. I don't believe you need an OGDP to redevelop a well. I'm not definite on the process. I know, Greg might be able to provide a little bit more context on that question if he's around. But yeah, I don't believe that redevelopment of wells is part of the OGDP process.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. I was just wondering if the rules could apply to permits for restimulating an existing unconventional well.
Thank you, Barbara. And Greg, are you on the line? Do you have anything to add?
Hi there, Greg Duranlo, Environmental Manager, ECMC. No, John Heil is correct, and Barbara, your assumption is correct. Recompletion of a well is permitted, or I guess permitted through a filing of a Form 2 application for permit to drill, deepen, re-enter, or recomplete is the full name of that form. So that is done on an existing well. The oil and gas development plan is only, brought into play for new or significant changes to the surface development as a whole.
But can we assume if it's in the OGDP, once those wells exist, if they're requesting a permit for recompletion, that this target would apply?
I think, not being an attorney, I would answer that this way. If the requirement applied to the original OGDP, it would apply to any subsequent operations on the wells on that pad. So if you had a pad that pre-existed the requirement that comes out of the ECMC rulemaking this December, it would have to be a special condition placed on the Form 2 application for permit to drill, deepen, re-enter, recomplete. It wouldn't automatically apply to that operation.
So, and maybe I'll jump in here just for a second. I think what I'm hearing you say, Barbara, is you would like this to apply both to new operations and contemplated new recompletions. And so if that's the case, then I think bring that up further on. I would argue that as what Hope is presented here right now probably doesn't inherently include recompletions, but rather just it contemplates new operations utilizing a water plan. And if the intent of the consortium is to make a recommendation that enhanced recovery or new operations are contemplated and these need to apply to that, then the recommendation would need to be explicit.
Thanks, Chair Messner.
Okay, where was I? I think I was at Tricia next.
Hi, yes, thanks, Director Dalton, for that informative overview. And my question was very similar to what Barbara was asking around recompletions. And I was curious if we know how many, I know DJ Basin is where we have a lot of concern about water consumption. Do we know how many wells in the DJ Basin, existing wells, are being recompleted, re-entered and hydraulically fractured or even drilled deeper? That was one of the questions I had, but it sounds like maybe this is a discussion for further on down the line. And then as a tag on to that, will operators be able to get credit for recompletions on existing wells if they're using produced water?
So thank you for the questions, Tricia. I think the question about the number of wells that are being recompleted, I can ask staff to include that number if it's available in deliverable 5. So you'll be able to see that August 22nd.
Okay. Yeah, because I was just going to say, because I think if we see that there's a lot of recompletions being done, it could be a good area for us to include and not just focus on new drills. And from the discussion that we just had, it sounds like even if you put a new well on an old existing pad, that well wouldn't be required to have the water management plan either. So we might be missing a big portion of the universe potentially.
Okay, well, what I'm also hearing is a request for data on the amount of water used for recompletions.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. And then just one comment, I would recommend, if it's not already done, clearly defining what's considered to be non-conventional, because that differs greatly between states. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tricia. I will note that any new wells contemplated on existing pads do require an OGDP, and so it would be covered by this, but not necessarily the enhanced recovery or the recompletions that you're talking about. So, Clay?
Thank you, Commissioner. Hey, my input here is really not so much a question as it is a comment for clarity. Director Dalton, you had a slide there where you talked about the use focus on unconventional wells versus conventional wells, and you might just bear in mind that unconventional wells, as is currently being defined in the DJ Basin, is roughly equivalent to the description for a horizontal well, and that's only because of the operational, kinds of considerations of extracting the greatest amount of hydrocarbon from the reservoir at the least amount of cost using horizontal drilling and completions. There's no doubt, there's no doubt that the volume requirements for these horizontal wells that are oftentimes at least 1 mile, if not 2 mile in length, is hugely larger than legacy vertical conventional wells that have been drilled in our historical past. No question about it, and thereby are going to offer the greatest bang for the buck of our focus going forward to reuse produced water as much as possible and reduce the use of fresh water. But I just wanted to state for clarity, historical vertically drilled conventional wells have historically been fracture stimulated as well. In fact, before the advent of horizontal drilling in the mid 2000 teens here in the DJ Basin, it was common practice to refrac vertical Niobrara wells 2 and 3 times because it allowed operators to get additional resources from that well each time they re-stimulated them. So it's not a criticism. We just wanted to state for the clarity for everybody on the consortium that may not be aware of those things, that the unconventional wells we're talking mostly about horizontal wells. And then to Tricia's note about the definition for unconventional wells, they do differ, across the North America in different basins. Sometimes they refer to extremely low permeability hydrocarbon bearing reservoirs that are best stimulated or drilled and completed and produced by horizontal methods. And that's why they roughly are interchangeable terms. Simply put, the horizontal wells allow for a greater extraction of hydrocarbon resources in low quality reservoirs and along the length of their laterals. There's a variety of reasons the industry has evolved, to this level, but there are a vast number of vertical wells out there, and many of them still make a lot of produced water, which definitely could be used as a resource, even for using produced water for new water development plans and new developments. So just a comment. Thank you.
Hey, Clay, can I ask you a question about that? Because I think this is a good comment, and just ask folks to think about this as the discussion goes on. I think one of the thoughts in this that I thought about in this section was the unintended consequences of requiring recycling and reuse of produced water in shallower, non-fractured wells, understanding that at least until it gets through any potential communication with surface water, fresh water is required to be utilized in the drilling activities. And so I think there was an attempt here by the director in her recommendation to not unintendedly try to require reuse and recycling of produced water in drilling operations where it may potentially communicate with surface water, right? So I think that was the attempt to try to capture the difference between conventional and non-conventional. I think what I'm hearing you say is that there's still significant use of fresh water being utilized in conventional wells or vertical wells, as they still are potentially being hydraulically fractured. And so therefore there may be opportunities even in conventional wells to encourage the use of reused and recycled produced water. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes, I think that's at least related to what I was trying to help provide some clarity around. By far and away, the current method for developing hydrocarbon resources in the DJ Basin, if not the Piceance and most of these other basins, is to use horizontal drilling and completions because of the exposure that the wellbore gets to the formation of interest due to the horizontal nature and the efficiency that drives the economics of the oil and gas production as a function of that. But there are thousands of vertical wells in the DJ Basin. Not all of them are going to be refractured, but some of them, some operators may choose to do that as opposed to drilling horizontal wells based on their acreage position, how many wells they may own or have access to. And so I just point out that it's still a potential for the use of fresh water as opposed to just looking at horizontal wells as a mechanism of doing that. So.
I think that's fair, and I appreciate that the thought on that. I'm certainly interested in other folks' thoughts on that. Thanks. Next on my screen is Ember.
Hey, thank you. I may serve best to hold my comments until we talk about basin specific. I wanted to also touch on the conventional, unconventional. I wanted to touch on declining basin down in the San Juan as far as water. And then I wanted to talk about just the differences with Fruit and Coal and Mancus dry gas. So if you could maybe come back to me when we talk about basin specific.
Okay. Tessa?
Yeah, I have two things. One is kind of a note for further discussion and a related kind of thing on that. When we talk about disproportionately impacted communities and the areas that we want to apply on the map to kind of overlay on this, those are geographic areas. They're not necessarily population centers or representative of the populations that have been identified through those maps. So, you know, some of those census block groups are extremely large, especially on the western slope and the Piceance Basin. So it's worth noting that there's also many reasons for something to be in a disproportionately impacted community. Some of them may be environmental, some of them may be industrial. So I think that is worth adding to the language that is used in our recommendations to ECMC for this rulemaking, is where do we as a consortium think that we should be focusing on that? And so my question to Director Dalton was any of that considered other than just an overlay map of identified DIC areas by statute?
Thank you, Tessa, for the question. And to be straightforward, no, populations weren't considered. I think this is a great data request because we have an amazing state demography office. And so getting a map of population centers, which is something that we have to consider when we're reviewing these next year, and population dynamics. So I just really appreciate that comment, and we'll do our best to reach out to the state demographer for that resource.
In addition, I would like to make a recommendation that staff or yourself reach out to me, since I sit probably the closest to the environmental justice team here at CDPHE, to help you look at the various types of layers that go into the disproportionately impacted community definitions and where those are at respectively in the state compared to the water basins.
That's great, Tessa, because if anybody on the call has visited the data website by CDPHE, they have so much data. It's very complex. So having someone walk through all of that data and help identify the most meaningful data that's related to our work is greatly appreciated. So thank you, Tessa, for that offer.
So if we can make a note for during our kind of real discussions on this beyond questions about what aspects of contributing factors to disproportionately impacted communities do the other consortium members think are the most important to consider? Is it population demographics? Is it environmental exposures, climate exposures, et cetera? So food for thought. We'll talk in a bit on that.
Yeah, I think those are all good things to chat about and comments. And I think one of the challenges that we'll face in some of the considerations in deliverable 5, as well as potentially even this deliverable, is the legislative mandate that no new water treatment or centralized produced water facilities be located in disproportionately impacted communities as currently defined. And I think that may cause some challenges as we attempt to consider the opportunities available for reuse and recycling and the percentages. It'll affect the percentages. Irene?
Thank you, Irene Andrus. I have a couple questions. One is on the water plan. Could we have an opportunity to please review that as a group to see if there are any changes that we think might better serve our purposes? And my second question is that what is happening with the water when they're not reusing it and recycling it is quite often going into the saltwater disposal wells, and and mainly because it's more economical for them to go that way. And maybe that's because it's not correctly reflecting the true costs associated with it. And so possibly what we want to consider is to maybe do something to rectify that as part of these recommendations, maybe some kind of a surcharge or something to go into saltwater disposal wells. I know that's kind of out there, but some kind of surcharge or something to make it so that it's not such a financial incentive to go that route. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. You mentioned review of the water plan. That water plan is submitted to ECMC, so the consortium wouldn't review the water plan. And so I might have misunderstood your direction. Can you further expand?
I mean, can we look at what's on the water plan to see if we want to edit what the questions are that they have to populate?
Okay. Tell me if I'm getting this correct. You would like to see a blank water plan so that you can see the questions that are the requirements of that. Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. I can get a blank one, I think. The other one was a discussion of surcharge, and that's one of the like conversation, the items that came out of conversations with consortium members was this concept of incentives, surcharges, fees, etc. And I think that is left for our bigger discussion. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thanks for that. And Irene, just so you know, the rules associated with the water plan are cited in the draft recommendation, and it is cited as rules 304C18 A through D, which is the ECMC rules associated with the water plan. And then there's citations from the statement of basis and purpose that provide additional information on, around what shall be included in the water plans. And so it's possible that some of what you're interested in seeing is in that recommendation.
Thank you.
Thomas?
Did I hear my name, Thomas?
Yes, you.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to echo the comment from Clay, Terry, and Tricia with respect to the conventional wells. And there's actually a lot of, for you who might not know, a lot of controversy about the definition. And within the scientific community, and I guess also within the community of regulators in the industry, a lot of discussion about how to actually define conventional versus unconventional. And what we're seeing right now is that the definition, because a conventional well can be both vertical and horizontal, and you could do all kinds of things with these, and they could be fracked, unfracked, and so forth and so on. So my understanding, based on some of the most recent publications on this, is that it's easier to define a conventional well as a well that goes into sandstone versus shale. And so if you think about conventional, it's for basically getting a crude oil or extracting oil and gas from sandstone, where anything that we refer to as unconventional will be in shale. So I think that's what I'm hearing, but anyways, I think we need to clearly define conventional versus unconventional. There is a lot of controversy and there's a lot of uncertainty about how to do it, but I personally recommend that we talk about it as crude oil versus shale oil, or sandstone versus shale. And then, so that was that. That was a comment on that for clarity. Then I just had one comment, and it's maybe implicit in the document here, but there's one of the slides that I'm referring to, preventing increased emissions. I think I saw that a few times. And I was just wondering if one could add prevent increased emissions and unintended release of wastewater. Every time we increase the handling and treatment of water, there's always this risk of, additional spills or, unintended releases. So I'm just wondering if we in the language can say prevent increased emissions and unintended release of wastewater or spills, something like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. Those are good points. Michael?
Thanks, Chair Mesner. Hope, I have a question about the specific numbers in the targets that we're going to be discussing later today. I have some thoughts on that, but I kind of wanted to start at this stage with kind of a question about those. I think whatever we come up with when we make these recommendations, the commissioners and the public are going to ask, okay, what's the basis for these numbers? You know, how did we arrive at 10% in 2 years or 40% in 10 years? And looking back at some of the reports we've already done, I have some thoughts on that, but I'd be curious if you could say a little more about what the specific sort of bases are for these, particularly the first tier, the 2 to 4 year one, and then the longer term 10-year one.
Thank you, Michael. And I will include the basis for these numbers, the data for these numbers, once our discussion is more refined. At this point, I gave a range of numbers based on some of it because our future infrastructure needs report is not complete yet. The final number of within 10 years kind of loosely based on full infrastructure build out, which I don't have all of those numbers quite yet, and full produced water availability. So with the final number, it'll be refined after this discussion and definitely defined a little better after our August 22nd discussion of deliverable 5. But what we don't want to lose is the momentum of high recycling in the basins like the Piceance, where they are achieving a good amount of recycling and they have infrastructure. But there could be development outside of where the infrastructure exists. So that's why, you know, this full concept of full infrastructure and full reuse and recycling of existing produced water is lower presented in this this draft recommendation. That's why it's a little bit lower, but still high. And in the DJ Basin, there's not enough produced water being produced. It is a tight shale. And so unlike a coal bed methane, well, and I'm sure other members of the consortium can describe this a little better than I am, but in a coal bed methane well, there's a lot of water being produced. In a tight shale, there's not a lot of water being produced. So whatever water, fresh water is going down, less is coming up. And so we're kind of shooting for these numbers in this chart are really looking at what if we used all of the available produced water in the basin without having to import water from other basins or even other states. And so the first is what can we do with the existing infrastructure? The second is like, what if we have innovative technologies, efficiencies in reuse and recycling of produced water? What if we have more collaborations, you know, some limited infrastructure? So that's kind of the basis for the second one. And then the third one, as I mentioned, was based on the concept of full infrastructure build out.
Okay. No, that's really helpful. Thank you. And I think you confirmed what I was wondering about in part. Was I went back and looked at I think it was the August 1 deliverable, and it looked like in the DJ, the amount of produced water that is being generated there amounts to roughly 40% of the water demand for new well fracking. So you can see, I think there's maybe a reasoned basis for saying let's set 40% as a target in at least in the DJ Basin. One thought I had, and we can maybe discuss this more later, is that that ratio, between the amount of produced water generated and the amount of water being used looks a lot different in some other basins. In the Piceance is one example. So we may want to think about setting that 10-year long-term target on a basin specific way to account for the fact that if we build out full infrastructure, we'll have enough produced water to go well beyond 40% in some parts of the state, even if 40% maybe is a realistic target for the DJ.
Thank you, Michael.
Jolie?
Thank you very much, Jolie Bronner. My comments will be quick now because a lot of people have said a lot of amazing things as I've been waiting here in the queue. So I'm just going to probably reaffirm a few and connect some of those ideas. Really, Michael kind of just drove home what I was going to come in and say, and how do we add that basin specific to this tiered approach? I know that Ember was waiting to chat about that too, so we'll probably take a deeper dive into the basin specific conversation. But I'm also hearing this when we talk about the controversy on definition, as Thomas had brought up. I heard things that are geographically specific and geologically specific for some of these definitions. And so I want to make sure we're keeping that in mind as we talk basin specific, that we're not just talking about geography, we're also talking about the geology, so we understand what is capable and possible in these areas. But I'm also hearing when we talk about our DI communities that there is a geography specific case there as well. And so I'm hearing a lot of this when we talk about the factors and less when we talk about the actual reduction targets. And so if we're talking about geology and geography so much, we'll need to make sure that that is in our conversations here later. And I just also want to re-elevate when Tricia was bringing up this concern on existing well pads and this grandfathering in idea. I felt like we kind of quickly were like, nope, it's okay. It'll be okay with those definitions. I'd like us to take a deeper dive into those definitions on what are we calling an abandoned well, a low producing well, a stripper well, or whatever we call them may fall in different places for how they have to be re-permitted. And so I want us to be very aware of our unintended consequences, as Clay had mentioned earlier. I think there's a lot here that could lead to some of these unintended consequences. So I just want us all as a consortium to keep all of those factors in mind as we continue these conversations. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jolie. As most of you know, my background is in drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater. I had to giggle at the concept of a stripper well. So thanks, Jolie.
Barbara?
Yeah, I appreciate an opportunity to ask one more question, and it's really for you, Chair Messner. So in the presentation, Hope is reminding us that we'll have the opportunity to review these targets and dates annually, but it's a logistical question for ECMC. So let's say PWC changes a target or a date. Does that trigger new rulemaking, or are your rules going to be flexible enough you can include language to say any updates from Produced Water Consortium will be updated automatically in your rules? A question for you.
Appreciate the question, but I can't presuppose the rulemaking, so I can't answer part of your question. What I can say though is that that I think at least the legislation contemplated that the consortium review these annually and update their recommendations to ECMC. And ECMC certainly, I think, would consider any recommendations that came from the consortium around produced water, in determining what steps may need to happen in order to be able to, implement any recommendations that they think is important to implement associated with consortium recommendations. I know that that's a little vanilla, but I can't presuppose any kind of decisions that ECMC might make around rulemaking.
Of course. I was just wondering about the logistics. Thank you.
Hey, sorry guys, I wasn't able to find a button where I can raise my hand. I have a kind of quick maybe a clarification point. First, I do agree with Thomas. Academically, the way we decide what is conventional, not conventional is predominantly is the geology. Where is that source of hydrocarbon is coming from, either shale or non-shale. The thing that I want to talk about when we talk about produced water and reuse of produced water, to what level we need to bring that water, the quality of that water, so we can be able to be used in the field. Do we have the data to show that? And if we want it to be 100% fresh water, that will be the goal. But if we have a percentage for water to be usable in the term of completion or drilling, that level of the difference between what is we decided is acceptable water level of contamination, how that is going to affect the integrity of the well. We know the most important thing for us is not just we need to keep in mind that is, yes, we need to produce the water, but at the same time, the quality of the well integrity is very important too, to prevent other problems that we're not foreseeing right now. The quality of the cement work, the completions. If we do use water that is not 100% considered fresh, how is that going to affect the quality of the well? And that will probably going to lead to other problems of underground contamination of water. So there's other things that we might have to start looking into, at least define what is considered usable produced water. We need to come up with that threshold and be able to look at it from a more technical perspective. If we decided this is how many part per million should be in the water acceptable for reusing during completion and drilling, and how that's going to affect the integrity and the quality of the well.
Thanks for those thoughts. I think those are important thoughts and certainly something that's contemplated at ECMC rules currently. And so I think will also be a part of the ECMC rulemaking that'll be upcoming around this topic, and certainly could be considered as part of the recommendations from the consortium. So, other questions? Director Dalton, I'm going to kick it over to you to just start working through your list on how you would like to approach kind of the bigger discussion here.
Okay, Aaron, would you mind putting up the table? It's the last slide of my previous presentation. And there is a link in our chat, and consortium members would have received a link to our first draft of these recommendations. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about the format of our draft recommendations. So I will be sending these to the interim director of the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission, who is Aaron Ray right now. Julie Murphy is out on leave. And so I have at the beginning a letter that just, I think, talks about who the consortium is, the values of the consortium, a quick highlights of our recommendations for this timeline. And this was my own personal desire, is to add the definitions from the House bill to the series definitions. That is not required as per the House bill in our recommendations. But then after the letter is completed.
Director Dalton, 1 second. Did you want the PowerPoint to be following the letter that you're talking about, or are you just going through the letter for folks?
I'm just going through the letter. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. All right.
And so then after the letter, I've included kind of a report where this report really talks about the work of the consortium, how we developed the recommendations. And so I wanted to just get kind of a thumbs up from people that the format with a short letter and then a report, more detailed report afterwards is useful. And you can go to the bottom and do thumbs ups, or you can raise your hand and I'll have Chair Messner call on you if you want a different format.
Let's start with that. Does anyone not like the format and want to do something different? I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand, Hope, so I think they like your format.
Thank you. So yay on that. So we'll keep this
Oh, wait,
format.
Barbara doesn't like your format, so we're gonna go to Barbara.
I was slow and it's not that I don't like it. I think it needs to be clear that we're talking about statewide targets before we get into conversation about basin specific targets. Would that be helpful?
From a format standpoint, you wanna see statewide targets where?
Percentage of produced water used downhole in new oil and gas operations. We need to indicate clearly that that's a statewide target.
Okay.
That's a great point, Barbara. After this discussion, I will take all of your feedback, and I imagine these targets will change whether we decide at the end of this conversation that they should all be statewide, if some of them should be statewide, or whether all of them should be basin specific. So with that, let's go to the targets. So the targets right now for discussion purposes is using a tiered approach with near term, midterm, and then full term. Does anybody have concerns about this 3-tiered approach? Would you like more tiers, less tiers?
Eric?
I guess a question related to the consortium's ongoing role to provide input to the ECMC. There could be points in time where a recommendation is different than this. So do we intend to try to preserve that ability to recommend adjustments at this time, or just initially we're providing a recommended framework and we'll address that later?
Thank you, Eric, for Commissioner Messner.
No, I was saying, Hope, do you want to take that or do you want me to?
I should have waited my turn. Thank you, Chair Messner. I'm going to ask Kyle to give us comments on this because I believe the legislation is pretty clear that we wouldn't need to recommend a way for the consortium to review these targets each year. But Kyle, if you're on the line.
Kyle, did you hear the question?
Hi, Director Dalton. Yeah, I did, but maybe I got confused. Would you repeat the question, Hope, please?
So in the legislation, the consortium has the ability or is required to review these targets annually. In our recommendations to ECMC that we'll be submitting after our September meeting, do we need to include a mechanism for these annual reviews?
Short answer, no. You don't need to lay out the process now for how that annual review would work. You can, but it's not required.
Okay, so just to be clear, the legislation is the mechanism that we would rely on for this annual review?
That's right. The legislation gives authorizes the consortium to take that action. but it does not require the consortium to lay out a specific process for reviewing it in its recommendations.
Okay, thank you. And Eric, back to your question. I think I included a sentence. If I didn't, I will include a sentence that reminds the commission that we intend to review this annually. Will that satisfy your concerns?
Yeah, I believe so. I think an interest, first of all, just commenting, I think a tiered approach, a graduated approach allows us to be effective in the process and addressing unintended consequences, or good or bad, to the process over time. And that in this graduated step up format allows for that. In the event that the consortium members become more aware of new information over time, and we have a recommendation for a different approach, just making sure that in our initial recommendation, as this gets formalized, we preserve that ability to continue in that engagement, not only in the targets, but maybe the format that the targets are applied.
Thank you, Eric.
Thomas?
I like the three-tiered approach. It would be good, I think, if 5 to 10% is a good target, but I think it would be good if we could involve or include incentives to do better than what we state here. So that that's the minimum requirement. But if there's incentives to the industry to do better, I think that's something that should be considered. And then with respect to revision of these targets over the next decade, maybe revise depending on technological developments. So technology gets better, the cost goes down, right? And that would always drive what is possible, both economically and technologically. And it could go both ways, right? So I think those two things should be considered.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. So I'm hearing at least a discussion on incentivizing additional produced water and avoiding decentivizing at the same point. I'm not entirely sure what that looks like, but if you have ideas, please share them with me, and then I'll include them. And I'll also reach out to the ECMC staff, because there might be already something that addresses, I don't know if it's really an incentive, but addresses that the commission supports additional reuse and recycling of produced water for well completions.
And Hope, on that topic, I do think that there is a section in the recommendation you provided regarding developing incentives for additional reuse and recycling. I don't know if it's a particularly prescriptive consideration in there, but an acknowledgement that that could or should be a consideration in the rulemaking. Is that right?
I believe so, Chair Messner. I feel like I've been looking at 100 reports, and so I just need to, I made a note to myself to verify that it's included. So thank you, Chair Messner.
Okay. Irene?
Thank you, Irene Andrus. And yes, I agree with the tiered approach. I think that's good. I'm just curious if there are obstacles to achieving these in the lack of infrastructure in the DJ. Do we know that it's achievable?
Oh.
So based on conversations with consortium members, I believe somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 10% is achievable with current infrastructure.
Cool.
And it would be included in the water plan. So I am more confident about this number. I'm really confident about the 7%, which is why I chose the 5 to 10%. Um, there is some conversation about, you know, I've already lost my train of thought, but if produced water is not available, other equivalency of produced water could be used.
Barbara?
Yeah, quick question, Hope. In all the reports and research that you and the team have done, do we know if we look back 2 years, what percent statewide is reused produced water downhole? If we have the Piance at 50% already statewide, are we already at 5 or 10%?
I think, Barbara, thank you for that question. I think your question is, do we have data on what is currently being reused and recycled of produced water? Yes. I think using data from the past 2 years and assuming it will be similar in the next 2 years or the next 5 years or next 10 years, that is tricky. And when we look at historic trends of produced water availability, which we did in our August 1st report, it was a little more difficult. And we're going to get better numbers with the House Bill 23-1242 requirements for improved numbers. And so am I as confident in these numbers as I will be next year when we have more data, and then the following year when we have more data? I would have to honestly say I'm not as confident today in these numbers that I'm presenting, and I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to use data and go back to the commission and say, you know, these are better numbers, more achievable numbers.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not putting out numbers that we're already meeting. That's all.
Hope, can I ask a follow-up question on this? Because maybe I'm not following it, but my understanding, and I want to make sure it's clear to everyone if I'm right, but that the recommendations that you're bringing forward here are 5 to 10% of produced water utilized in a new OGDP application. So if there's 100 parts of water being utilized in a new OGDP application, 5 or 10% of those parts, or 5 or 10 parts, need to be reused or recycled produced water or its equivalency. This isn't an evaluation of how much statewide produced water is being utilized in those percentages. It's the percentages of actual water proposed being utilized on an individual new OGDP basis. Is that your intent?
So this is my attempt to focus on new oil and gas operations, which from my understanding is operator specific, so it wouldn't be basin wide. And it would be included in the water plan. So when a operator is submitting an oil and gas development plan, as part of that, they're submitting a water plan. They're saying and these are very low numbers so that I can do percentage in my head, but they're saying I need 100 barrels of water to frack the wells for development. And of those 100 barrels, if we chose the 10%, 10% of those 100 barrels at a minimum would be produced water. And that's what I intend to do. And that would be refined as they're going for their permits and water sharing agreements. So they would say, oh, we've revisited our water plan. We think, 10%, these 10 barrels is something we want to pursue, and we have identified the source of those 10 barrels of produced water. Does that help, John?
That helps me. I just wanted to ask Barbara, is that the way you understood it when you read the recommendation?
Correct. That's what I understood, not a 5 or 10% improvement over what had been done in the past.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that it was clear to the folks that were reading it. So sorry to jump in there. Michael?
Thanks, Chair Mesner. I had just one thought with regard to the idea of incentivizing operators to go above and beyond the target numbers. And I hope your draft already has a section in there about creating these incentives. I'm wondering if one incentive we might want to suggest to the ECMC is something akin to a cap and trade system, or maybe a floor and trade system, where if operators would, let's say, would go beyond 10% in the first time period, some fraction of that excess they could use and basically sell or transfer to other operators who are might be having more trouble meeting that threshold. So I think Karis in their comments this morning mentioned concerns about exploratory wells. There probably are other situations where operators might have more difficulty meeting the target. But if we had some, if the rules provide some arrangement where if, one company could do 20% and document that they were using much more recycled water for their wells, they could, transfer some credit for that to another operator as a way of not only incentivizing operators to go above and beyond, but also might help address some of the concerns that we've heard raised about individual situations where a particular operator is having trouble meeting that in some circumstances. I haven't worked out what exactly that would look like or how it would look like, but I'd be interested in having some discussion about that as one possible option.
Michael, to build on that concept, this idea, would you be comfortable if I used, we'll say, more vague language as the consortium intends to explore this concept further in 2025 and bring a more refined recommendation to the commission in 2025?
I would urge us to maybe, we're to not punt the issue until next year. That, I think part of why I think this is valuable is that I'd like to see us make recommendations that are as robust and call for as high of a percentage as possible. And I think this could be one way of helping get there. And I don't think we have to write. My understanding of our statutory role here is not to write a regulation for them on how to do it, but to point out this is one tool that could be used, and we suggest they consider it. And I think the commissioners and the parties to that rulemaking could help them flesh out rule language at that point. But I'd love to see. I think this could be a valuable way of kind of not only giving operators a way to meet the targets that we're recommending, but also create a really good incentive structure to get them moving beyond those where it's possible to do so. And I think it's something that could be done in the December rulemaking. It doesn't need to wait till next year.
Okay, let me know if I've captured your thoughts. You'd like me to add a discussion on the tools available to offer incentives for increased reuse and recycling of produced water. One of those would be similar to a tap and trade system. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's right. You already have a section in there about incentives with the idea that they'd get moved to the front of the line in permit processing. But I think another example of an incentive we could raise for them is to consider something akin to a cap and trade system.
I appreciate that. And I also appreciate that you added that to the draft as a comment to the draft recommendation. Sure. So thank you for doing that.
John Heil?
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to, say that I really do like this tier system. I think it's really good that it's based on the OGDP instead of individual wells. Say a OGDP has 100 wells in it, you might have to drill 25 of those wells with fresh water in order to have enough produced water to start recycling and meeting some of these goals. And so I think having it via the OGDP is a great way to go about it. As far as incentives go, I would agree with Hope that maybe we should push those off for a little while we kind of dial in this, this process here. And I think there could be some potential unintended consequences with those incentives as well. If people on the Peons Basin are already reducing their using 80% produced water for recycling, then they're going to get those incentives automatically because they're already meeting those goals. And so I think that's going to take a lot more time and consideration on those incentives, so we're not favoring one basin over the other. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thomas?
No, I was, half of what I wanted to say was just said. I mean, out in the Peons, some people claim 100% reuse, right? Recycling of water for new well development. So that's a good comment. I think benchmarking, I think that's the word we need to think a little bit about. How do we benchmark these numbers? So in order to benchmark, we need to know exactly, how much is being recycled right now in the different basins, right, on average. And then we can look around to some of our neighboring states who are also pushing recycling, especially New Mexico and Texas. New Mexico, for example, it's a little bit different. They have some different formation and so forth, but right now they recycle 10% of all the water for new hydraulic fracturing development. So anyways, benchmarking, I think that's a term we should consider here. What are we comparing to when we say 5 to 10% improvement?
Jolie?
Thank you, Thomas.
Oh, go ahead, Hope. Anything?
Thank you, Thomas. I think I will take your comments about the importance of benchmarking these numbers and combine them with the comments I've received regarding the need to fully explain the basis for these numbers. Does that sound okay to you?
That sounds great. Thanks.
Jolie?
Thank you very much, Jolie Bronner. Just 2 notes to add to future conversations, Hope, that I want to make sure we capture. I want to say that if we're going to be talking about incentivizing the switch, I'd also like us to have the same conversation on the other end. What are the fees and penalties for not reaching these benchmarks? I love positive reinforcement. I want to have the conversation on the other side. How are we putting in really strong guardrails that are actually incentivizing on the other end? Because everyone's motivated in different ways. And then the last piece, as Michael started speaking about us moving produced water around, I think it's an interesting concept. As we explore this, I'd like us to keep in mind the carbon credit market, where the shortcomings are in it, some of the challenges. There's been a lot of issues with people buying and selling carbon credits, who monitors that, what they actually mean. And as we start talking about people buying and selling this as a commodity for, I don't have enough produced water, I'll pay for some of this, and then we're moving it around the state, just want us to keep in mind some of those shortcomings that we might be able to address while talking about this from early carbon credit markets, and then also those unintended consequences, once again, when we talk about increased truck traffic, all of those pieces. Excellent. Be wonderful. And so just making sure that we keep all of that in mind as we talk about those 2 ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Jolie.
Tessa?
Yeah, since we're talking about incentives, I think one of the most important things we can do here is recognize that ECMC knows their own possibilities for incentivization and for penalization. Overall, much broader than what we're talking about for produced water. I think I, as a member, would be happy with noting that incentivization should be explored and possibly penalization, as Jolie mentioned, in these rulemaking recommendations. but I wouldn't want to get too deep in the weeds in terms of what form that incentive should be for this particular draft of for this deliverable, so much as what is the goal and what are the best pathways. Incentivization is one of the pathways. But I also think that that's not the only pathway, and I wouldn't want to get too bogged down in the details of exactly what incentives to use. That's not actually what the most important thing we need to put into this document.
Thanks, Tessa. Michael?
Hi, yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up, particularly with regard to John Heil's comment. I think that's a really valuable point, that we need to be aware of potential unintended consequences with different basins. And my thought in particular was, if there was some kind of a cap and trade incentive system, you'd have to require that the incentives or the cap and trade be within a single basin. So you couldn't have an operator in the Piceance, recycle using its excess to excuse operators in the DJ. But I also agree with Jolie that I think we need to be conscious of the kind of distributional aspects of that beyond just basins. But I do think, as Tessa said, we don't have, in our recommendations, we don't have to get too far into the details, but just flag this as something that ought to be considered as part of the rulemaking, because it could provide some flexibility that would help us use more recycling water in an efficient way.
Thanks, Mike. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, thanks. I'm again, along with I think everybody, supportive of this tiered structure that really gives us time to evaluate the best path forward and get our learnings under us before we have to really take a dramatic step forward. I guess my one, and I was going to discuss it later, but we're talking about OGDP specific targets, and I'm worried that our ultimate goal is freshwater reduction, and just targeting new developments. I think it may, unintended consequence might be, there's other opportunities in the operations to reduce freshwater usage, and that may not get incentivized by just focusing on new developments. Refracs, enhanced recovery. There's other workover type procedures and all that could also be utilizing produced water, and those won't get accounted for. And I was going to bring that up later on, but I just wanted to get that out there as as far as incentives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Could you expand a little bit more about your ideas of potentially, I don't know, because I'm presenting to target new developments through the OGDP plan, a very narrow approach, and the legislation requires that the schedule significantly increases the use of recycled and reused produced water. We'll have opportunities to discuss freshwater use in our November and December reports to the legislature. But can you expand on your ideas of how we would have this schedule of dates and apply it for increasing the use of recycled and reused produced water?
Yeah, sure. Again, the very, the significant user will be the new developments in the base, as new OGDP plans will be the primary, driver on recycle. But I was just indicating there's other uses that we might be able to really optimize much easier, much quicker, much more efficiently in the existing other operations that wouldn't be accounted for in any specific new OGDP plan, right? So we can. I don't have any details off the top of my head, but just typical workover. Certainly, if we're looking at refrac programs, that could have a dramatic effect on freshwater reductions that wouldn't get accounted for into this, into this current as is currently developed. And then also on OGDP specific, you know, as we're trying to forecast recycled water, you know, you're looking quite a bit into the future, trying to understand, you know, related activities in the basin that's really going to drive your availability. So, you know, there's quite a bit of unknowns there as far as oil and gas developments. You know, when you're trying to predict it, you're going to really look to provide a conservative number that that's achievable, on not knowing what actual availability will be in a year and a half, 2 years when the actual project goes forward. So I just kind of want to get those thoughts out there on
that. Thank you, Mark. So are you okay if in the letter I acknowledge that there are opportunities for the oil and gas industry to optimize the reduction of freshwater use more quickly through process improvement? Is that something that would address your concern?
I think so. Yeah, there's other opportunities out there, and I think that we do want to be able to, you know, recognize and hopefully get credit for reducing freshwater usage that is specifically related to the OGDP, you know, scope. So I think that'd be acceptable.
Okay, that sounds great, Mark. And if you do have examples of how to optimize the freshwater use, that would be useful, even if we don't include the examples in this letter to ECMC, but definitely for our next report, we'll want to look for that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So Director Dalton, looking at the time, we're set up to do a working lunch break here. And I think what I'm hearing, at least, and I acknowledge the 4 hands that are raised right now. Do any of you that have your hands raised want to talk specifically about that tiered structure, correct approach? Hey, Clay, can I ask you a favor? Would you mute your? Will you mute your?
Sure.
Your computer. Thanks. I think that's where some of the feedback is. Is that better? Okay. Do any of you want to talk specifically about the tier structure? Because I'd like to close that one, make a determination whether the tiered approach is the right approach, and then go to the other 15 questions I'm sure that Hope has for the consortium to keep us moving forward. Anyone with tiered? Tessa?
I think this is related to the tiered. I liked the tiered system, but I wanted to ask, maybe call this a dumb question. By the way, Tessa Sorensen, by the way, we do need to say that. Is this the only percentage, like is the OGDP level the only tier system we're considering? Or is an industry target another system we're also going to be recommending as an alternative or in addition to? I guess I didn't quite gather that from the draft as it stands, and maybe I missed it. I asked because we've seen from CDPHE's perspective, we already have a statewide intensity target for greenhouse gas emissions, where you put into place rules for a ozone non-attainment area specific NOx emissions for air. It could be a statewide or even a certain area specific intensity kind of water use target from an industry-wide perspective as well, with incentivization for participation to get towards that goal. That's my only thought there.
Thank you, Tessa. Hope Dalton, Director. The intention of this tiered presentation for discussion was statewide targets specific in the oil and gas development plans. As we go further with this discussion, that might change, but at least for right now, statewide.
I just want to make sure it wasn't site by site specific necessarily. Thanks.
All right, so we're talking again about the tiered approach, and I see Michael, so you go ahead and then we'll go to Thomas. And
Thanks, Chair Messner. So I want to be clear, when we're saying we don't have more questions about the tiered approach, is it just the concept of using tiers, or is it, are we going to use this, are we going to go with a statewide target versus a basin specific target, and what those numbers should be? Is that something you want to put off till the afternoon or after lunch, or do you view that as still part of discussing the tiered approach?
Oh,
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Messner. So, Michael, right now, the question I'm asking is, should we have a tiered approach? And after we get a little food, then we can talk about should that tiered approach, which is short-term, near-term, long-term. That's the tiered approach I've laid out today. But after we get some lunch, we can talk about should that be applied statewide or basin specific. Does that answer your question, Michael?
No, thank you. I'm comfortable with the concept of a three-tier approach. I just have some questions about the details and how it's fleshed out, but we can cover that after lunch for sure.
Thomas?
Yeah, just very quickly, as we develop this tiered approach, as both Jolie and others referenced Tessa too, I think it's very important before we set a number, put a number into the three different categories, we need to, along the way, consider, how, produce water recycling from the perspective of not creating other environmental issues, such as increased greenhouse gas emissions due to, for example, transport and so forth. Carbon and water really goes hand in hand. So if we solve one problem and ask the industry to recycle 40% of their water, but now suddenly to accomplish that goal, they increase their greenhouse gas emissions with 300%. That's not, we don't want to do that, right? It's the same with handling of water. We don't want to suddenly have so much handling of water that we have a ton of unintentional releases just to achieve a very high recycling goal. So it's complex, but we do need to consider carbon footprints and unintentional releases as we put these numbers in. That's my comment.
Chair Messner, my question can wait till after lunch.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. So, Director Dalton, unless you've got anything else, I'm going to suggest we take a break for lunch. The agenda contemplates a working lunch, so if everyone's okay with it, we'll plan on doing 15 minutes to grab lunch and a drink or whatever you need, and we can meet back here at 12:10. Now I will say we're going to restart the August 9th, 2024 Colorado Produced Water Consortium meeting. Hope everyone got a chance to grab a bite to eat, and we'll go ahead and continue the conversation here. Appreciate everyone's thoughts and as we move through this process, and I think, Hope, I'll kick it back over to you. I will note that I'm still a little concerned that some people have different perceptions of what the proposal is and isn't. And so, again, at least from my perspective, as I'm reading it, I want to make sure that you see it the same way, that the tiered structure, the targets that are being proposed here are to be applied to every OGDP, new OGDP across the state equitably, as currently proposed. I understand we're going to have discussions here to look at perhaps different approaches, but currently as proposed, it's equitably applied to new OGDPs. It's not, 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 it's not approach to be any kind of statewide standard. So we're not doing percentages based on volume of produced water produced or utilized, or it's not operator specific, it's OGDP specific in this proposal. And it's to be anticipated water use in the water plan is the first step, but then to be quantified afterwards based on additional forms required by ECMC to ensure that an operator who is proposing a new oil and gas development plan has both proposed to meet the requirements and ultimately have met the requirements of utilizing X amount of reused and recycled produced water, its equivalency downhole in new oil and gas activities as proposed. Is that a fair assessment?
That's correct, Chair Messner. This, as proposed currently, our timeline would be inclusive of all new OGDPs, oil and gas development plans across the state. It would be applied equally to all new oil and gas development plans. This is, as you said, the anticipated water use, and in the water plan portion of the oil and gas development plan. And then it would be quantified in the water sharing agreement as the wells are completed. And then it would be reported to ECMC as the wells are active, and then enforceable by ECMC. AG, I'm going to hope that I'm going to also answer this question, but it does not apply to tribal nations. It does not apply to federal lands. Chair Messner.
Thanks. So I acknowledge that well, I'm going to kick it over to you here in a second to continue down your line of questioning, but I'm going to call on Barbara because she had a question that she was going to ask before the break, and I want to allow her to ask that question, and then we'll go on. Oh, and I see, Michael, you have your hand up as well.
Thanks so much, Chair Metzner. Two things. One, it would be helpful, I think, for the Produced Water Consortium to understand the way the MOU between BLM and the state works regarding this proposed produced water reuse and recycling requirement. But second, I had emailed Hope. I couldn't figure out how to drop it into the chat. A starting point of an Excel spreadsheet extending beyond statewide targets to either choose your poison, east slope, west slope, south slope, north slope, or DJ peons, however you want to break it down, to create some basin specific targets, since the 10% makes no sense in the peons, and it'll be a lift for the DJ. And so I think it's really important that we craft some reasonable basin-specific targets that would roll up in our best estimate to that statewide target. And I really appreciate the comments that were made by Mark Hefta that there are other opportunities other than OGDPs to reduce freshwater use, keeping in mind our target is to reduce freshwater use. Increasing produced water reuse is one of the ways to get there. But let's talk about these basin-specific targets, if we could, a little bit.
Mike?
Thanks, Chair Mesner. I had just to add to what Barbara just asked about. I had not picked up on from the draft that I understand these would not apply on tribal lands, but I'm a little surprised to hear they would not apply to federal lands as well. Could you talk a little bit more about that? Because I know there's already an MOU coordinating permitting between ECMC and BLM on federal lands. And I'm curious why we wouldn't want to apply these to what they're drilling on federal lands as well.
Hi, Michael. You may have caught me out. I have limited knowledge, and so I'm going to hand this over to if Greg is still here, if he is willing to answer this question. Otherwise, John Heil or Chair Messner, as his role as a commissioner, just someone who is more familiar with this. So, Greg, are you here?
I would note that we're making recommendations to ECMC again. And so the details of how our recommendations get implemented, is up to ECMC. And so some of the detail that you may want in this around interrelation between anything that we recommend and how ECMC may coordinate with federal agencies to implement it. I mean, we can go down that road here if you want.
Well,
it may benefit us necessarily.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I'd definitely like to hear what Greg and John have to say about this.
I'll note that Greg has visualized himself. I'm not sure he heard the question, and I know that Jeff has a comment on this as well. You want to go first, Jim?
I definitely did not hear the question, Chair Messner. So if Jeff was raising his hand to comment on this, I'd certainly follow him.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I guess I agree with Mike here. I mean, I think that at least from our perspective, as an operator that predominantly operates on federal land and completes wells using produced water, that practice, which is currently been set as a precedent and is acceptable, would continue. And so to the extent that these regulations and the recommendations that we make apply statewide, would include federal wells, I think that's acceptable. As to the tribal portion, I certainly cannot comment on that. We don't operate on tribal lands, but I think there's a difference between federal land from a governance standpoint versus tribal land. And I think that's where that emphasis in that language may have come through other consortium members. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Jeff. And AG, I acknowledge you got your hand raised too. And since you're Deputy Director of Minerals for a federal agency, you might have some insight on this. So go ahead and provide your thoughts.
Yeah, so this it is a little bit complex issue with it because we have federal basically federal service or federal minerals have regulation that does not apply except for federal regulations. And then you have FEFE, which is federal minerals, state surface or private surface. The MOU for you, Michael, is address the rule and responsibilities. Who should regulation apply? So when we talk about federal, because we already have a policy that deal specifically with produced water, and so that will be a question later on when we get to that point of the solicitor, whose regulation will apply. And we're going to get pushback if it's federal, because federal regulation should apply there. But the MOU will not address, those kind of things. It's only address the relationship between us and the state and an area that responsibility could be shared equally. So for the federal side of things, we have a policy in place. For us to make any amendment to that is going to be a rulemaking. And that's going to be a difficult route to take in the federal land. Yes, it will be years before even we can get to anything that more practical. But a recommendation can go anyway. When ECMC usually draft their regulation and they put it for comment, we always provide our comments. and we will have those discussions with the state on how those comments should be implemented on the rulemaking itself. The good news, we have a new MOU should be signed soon, and that MOU is more dynamic than the one that we had in the past, that we don't really have to change the whole MOU all the time to be able to make small changes. So this new MOU will give us the capacity to be able to add new attachments or new things that comes up in the industry that we don't really have to look to over all of the MOU. So it's a solicitor questions is gonna get to that point eventually, like which regulation apply where, and that's where my concern is initially. But also since we manage Indian land too, so BLM will be still the agency that deal with development in Indian land.
No, that's helpful. Thank you. And I wasn't certainly not suggesting that the state could require BLM to change its permits or its requirements. My understanding though is that even on federal lands or federal minerals, the state still issues APDs itself. And so that's one question I had is under our existing rules, am I right that an operator who wants still has to submit a Form 2 or an OGDP to call it the ECMC, and that would still have to have a water plan for federal
Yes.
wells? So we're not asking for a new expansion of state authority, just that we'd be talking about how the state would apply its authority through its normal process, without asking BLM to start to change its own rules.
Yeah, that's correct, because we do have the opportunity to get conditional approval in certain developments from the state. So application will be submitted to both of us. The state will have their concern, and we usually look into those concerns and will be added into our existing operation plan. So that's where the MOU come in play to address those deficiencies. Some regulation in the state are more superior than the one we have in the federal land. And then we kind of, add those stuff as conditional approval because of the regulation, how the regulation is written, what regulation that should be applied in that development, specifically when we talk about federal land, federal minerals. But the state have, for example, restriction on migration, like animal migration or wildlife migrations, and we have like seasonal closures, stuff like that. We have those coordinations, and those will be added to a BLM approval instead of a separate approval. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. And I apologize, my neighbor just started mowing his lawn, so if you hear lawnmowers in the background, the timing's impeccable here. But with that, I think we're back to, Greg, unless you'd like to comment, that we maybe got that one. And so, Hope, where do you want to go next?
Well, I did go outside, so I do feel a little more energized. Thank you, Chair Messner, and thank you for everyone who has been providing comments. So what I'm hearing is format looks good. The tiered approach with a near-term, short-term, long-term is something that everybody can get behind. And then we do need to include the basis for these recommendations. So the next step is, do we want these targets to apply statewide to all new oil and gas development plans equally? And Aaron, if you could show the new slide that I created. This is a starting point that Barbara Vasquez had. Aaron, would you mind refreshing, please? And Barbara Vasquez, she referenced a spreadsheet that she sent me, and this is her starting numbers. And I'm going to initially just get a feel for the room, whether they want let's just focus on the numbers for statewide in all new oil and gas development plans, or whether a basin-specific requirement should be explored. So first, just focus on, do you want just statewide? And I wish we could raise our hands, Chair Messner. But if you're opposed to statewide, and you want to explore the others, you know, now that I'm talking, maybe I didn't get enough sunshine. It's cloudy. I think that the consortium members have clearly told me that they do want to explore the possibility of basin specific. So let's just jump into this discussion. Barbara, if I can hand it off to you for why you proposed this kind of structure.
Well, thank you very much, Hope, and I appreciate you reformatting the rather rough Excel spreadsheet I sent. I think there's been a lot of discussion about needing basin-wide targets rather than just statewide, because of the huge difference in infrastructure and historical reuse. The Piceance being the lead, of course, so setting a 5 to 10% target for OGDP in the Piceance really is ignoring their history. And the fact that the DJ has a very heavy lift to come up to those statewide targets should be reflected as well. By the way, there is a basin in Jackson County. It's called North Park. So North Slope or North Park would work. And they have some flow lines, but limited infrastructure. So just starting point, the numbers are not important. The concept is. I'd love to hear feedback from my partners on the consortium.
Thanks, Barbara. I'm gonna throw out some of my, and this is my personal feedback, and just thoughts about it. And I shared a little bit of this at the last meeting, but I'll reiterate and refine some of it. But as I look at this, you know, as the individual member of the consortium, you know, I acknowledge the fact that the Piceance Basin has a significant amount of reuse and recycling, and that applying, you know, a 10% recycling rate or even a 25% recycling rate to the Piceance may seem, you know, inappropriate or kind of striving for less. But I also look at it from a little different perspective in that they've achieved an 80 or 85, different numbers, 80 plus reuse and recycling rate, you know, up to 95% recycling rate in some operations with no requirement at all right now. And I do worry that by placing, you know, high amounts based on current reuse and recycling, where infrastructure has already built out in certain parts of that basin, as other parts of that basin may be contemplating new development, which is certainly possible in the future, that does not have that existing infrastructure in place, that you may be disproportionately penalizing any new operations in a particular basin because you're asking them now to start at 55% reuse and recycling where there is no infrastructure versus, you know, based on what's already occurring because that infrastructure has already come in. And so that's one thing that I think about. That's not the only thing. The other thing that I think about is that the vast majority of new operations are being proposed in the DJ Basin, with some limited operations being proposed in the Piceance and even more limited in other parts of the state. And so the level of complexity to try to develop, and I'm thinking from an implementation standpoint, the level of complexity to try to implement basin-specific rules, define basin-specific boundaries, making sure that you're clearly defining those and developing ways that can be, evaluated and enforced feels much more difficult on a basin by basin level than it is to apply it on an individual OGDP level statewide from an implementation standpoint. And then you throw in, as we talked about earlier, the federal complexities that may be a challenge with this and other elements. I do want to make sure that what we do is implementable, so not so complex that it's implementable, and understanding that our views and our specificity may evolve over time, and we have the ability to look at it. I think getting something that we can have success initially, as this is not something that's really been contemplated by any other state, I think is going to be important. And so I just share those as just my kind of general thoughts as I'm thinking about this. And I also do continue to worry about the potential unintended consequences of generating too high of percentages too fast, and understanding the necessary transportation, storage, and treatment of produced water in order to ensure the protection of public health, safety, welfare of the environment, wildlife resources is paramount, and that balance between risk and reward. Just want to make sure that we're really thinking about that as we start to develop these percentages, so that the risk does not outweigh the reward of the work that we're doing here. And so that is not meant to influence any of you. That's just giving you my thought processes as I'm going through this. Everyone are experts in this at this point, and want to hear everyone's thoughts. But those are the kind of the things that I'm thinking about as I'm thinking of basin specific versus statewide. So,
if I might respond just briefly, one of my concerns is if we set a 5 to 10% statewide target and we have an increased number of wells drilled, I'm forecasting something I don't know, and that the horizontal lengths are longer, each well is going to require more water. Our overall goal of reducing freshwater use will be missed. So that was what drove me to think about basin-specific targets to try and help ensure that we actually do make progress on reducing the amount of freshwater used in totality. But I understand complexity and the ECMC challenges for implementation. So I look forward to hearing John's comments once we get to John.
Michael?
Thanks, Chair Mesner. And I think you raised a lot of really important issues with regard to a basin-specific approach. I have to say, though, I actually like the chart that Hope and Barbara came up with. I think trying to define the targets by basin is workable, and I think will help us a lot. In particular, I think the peons is the big challenge here, and I'm concerned that if we just use a statewide target that says 5 to 10%, and then operators in the peons are held to the same standard, it may almost create a disincentive for them to continue building out their infrastructure instead of a level playing field. And I think the concerns you raise are really important. I'm wondering if we can't, if we have a chart that provides this kind of detail, work through those and manage them with the specific numbers that apply to the peons. And so it doesn't have to be 10%, going from 55 to 65 to 75. It could be some other timeline or level that accounts for the conditions in the peons that was fair to them, without at the same time kind of holding them to the lowest common denominator of what we need to do in the DJ. And I think you're right. You're certainly right. It adds some level of complexity to what we're doing here, but I think I'm pretty confident that the staff and the commission can write rules that say, look, here's what we mean by the peons. It's counties A, B, C, D, and E. And here's what we mean the counties for the DJ. And then just say, look, if you're in these counties, here's the percentage that you need to meet in your water plan for each OGDP, and go from there. But I think we can, I think we'll be able to get, I think it's workable to do this on a basin specific approach, and will help us get a lot further in terms of moving recycling the way we want it to go.
Thanks for your thoughts, Mike. Tracy?
Thank you, Tracy Kozlov. Just a comment on the, I guess, the structure of that table that had a statewide and then basin specific goals. It just makes me wonder if the consortium decides on a recommendation for basin specific goals, what is a statewide goal still adding? Is that just make it all too complex with the math? I'm just wondering, should we just drop the statewide goal if we're going to have basin specific goals? Because I find that to be confusing.
Oh.
Thank you, Tracy. I think what I quickly put up there was just for discussion purposes, looking at the statewide or going a basin specific approach. So I didn't think we would do both. We would just, during this discussion, decide whether to continue to pursue that statewide targets, or whether we should divide one or more of the targets, the near term, short term, or long term, into basin specific requirements.
Thank you. That makes sense.
John?
Hey, yeah, John Heil here. I think this is a really good jumping off point, but you know, I think it's really important that we take in consideration that we won't be allowing any new, you know, centralized waste or water storage or treatment facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. If you look at that state, almost the entire Peons Basin is a disproportionately impacted community, as well as Southern Colorado, which is, you know, the Raton and the San Juan Basin. And so if we're requiring operators to increase the, you know, reuse and recycling of produced water, but they're not allowed to, you know, build these centralized storage and treatment facilities, then it seems like we're kind of asking them to do a task that, you know, we're not really allowing them to use the technology for, you know. And so I think that really needs to be come into consideration while looking at these percentages, because if they're not able to build that infrastructure, then how is it possible for them to meet those goals, you know? So I think that's a big part of it. And I know that Arthur and Greg have been working on some modeling for this. So, you know, it could be beneficial to hear what they've come up with so far. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, John. And I am going to call on Greg here in just a little bit to share some of his thoughts, and Greg Duranlo, on the concepts he's been noodling on if folks decide to go to a basin specific model. Jolie?
Thank you, Jolie Bronner. Just hopping in to say that I recognize the complexity of a basin-specific solution, but I think all we keep bringing up is how complex this situation is to begin with. And so I think a simple, straightforward solution is probably not going to serve when every meeting we keep finding out how much more complicated the produced water ecosystem is across our state. And so I appreciate what John said of even these unforeseen consequences of how the rules might butt up against each other. I think that only further speaks to how we may need to look at the basins separately because of what is happening with how different they are. And then lastly, equity and equality are not the same thing. We can treat the basins equally, but they will not all get what they need. And so we might need to look at this from an equity kind of standpoint and really appreciate that they all have different circumstances, different geography, different experiences for all of the people that live there. And so we may have to look at the basins as separate systems because of that. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Jolie. I think Eric, you were next.
Yes, Eric England. And I hope it's relevant to the discussion about the basin specific, whether it's kind of the representative information in the table Barbara provided or what Director Dalton had formulated initially. But I think what I'd still like to understand better is the tying the targets that we will set or we will recommend setting to the data and understanding if that's what we're intending, or are there other influences in the percentages that we're looking at trying to assign or target for, whether it's a statewide or a basin specific? If you could just remind me what information we're using to set those goals. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Hope.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Chair Messner. The ones that I presented initially are statewide, included in the OGDPs, the oil and gas development plans, and looking at new oil and gas development and the use of produced water as a piece of the entire water plan. And so the numbers, the ranges that I presented are based on the current infrastructure, the length of time needed to get permitting and to work with the community on new infrastructure, and then in the longer term targets, that was based on really working thoughtfully with all of the regulatory agencies, the land use agencies, and the communities to really thoughtfully design what full build out looks like. And so it's considering not only the existing data that we have, but also the community and just the time it takes to get to this ideal spot. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you.
Chair Messner,
Jeff.
I forgot one other thing.
Go ahead, Hope.
Thank you. So, Eric, we also considered disproportionately impacted communities and whether you could actually build additional infrastructure. And that's why, kind of to address the concept of the peons is already meeting high reuse and recycling goals, but there's not really room to add additional infrastructure should the areas in disproportionately impacted communities be considered for infrastructure. So I think that's why I really looked at a statewide goal that is not is trying, at least for this first attempt, is trying to protect those communities.
Okay, Jeff.
Thank you, Commissioner Jeff Kirtland. This is a really interesting discussion, and as the peons representative, I agree with a lot of the discussion. Just want to acknowledge, a lot of good comments. Jolie's comments about the complexity are really important. Thomas has mentioned a couple times that benchmarks are really critical, and I think with respect to really the question that's on the table about the information that Barbara has presented, and thank you for providing that, Barbara. I think there's some assumptions that are being made with respect to what contributes to the high number of percentages in the Piceance Basin. John, Commissioner Messner, you acknowledged in your comments some concerns about development beyond what's already taking place, and so in some cases, I think that high percentage is not equitable to some extent with respect to that future development. So you know, while there's has been a history, to Barbara's point earlier, of really good processes and infrastructure that's been put into place. You know, I think we need to be thoughtful about, again, the complexity and the uniqueness between these different basins. And then finally, I think the DIC conversation with respect to pits is going to be a real critical and probably a pretty hard subject to get into, but I'll just sort of throw it out there that and I think this is with respect to some comments that Tessa made earlier, is that we are really interested in how we understand the impact. How can we continue to build out this infrastructure? Because in my mind, the DIC, if there's an impact within a setback, or whatever that proximity is to a population center or whatever is defined, yes, protections are very much expected. If those don't exist, there's way to mitigate when you're able to construct new infrastructure. It would be my belief, my personal belief that as an operator, we can continue to build in DICs, these types of facilities, but in a way that's responsible, in a way that reduces impacts and achieves really the goals of continuing to recycle water. And I think John Heil perfectly sort of encapsulated the real rub. I think that we're going to have to find a solution around is infrastructure development and really measuring and balancing those impacts. So those are just some initial thoughts I've had. I think this is really getting into the weeds and good conversation. This is why I have a lot of respect for all of you in this venture. So I appreciate the time.
Thanks, Jeff. Michelina?
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. Michelina Pollock with the San Juan Basin. I agree with, a lot of the things that, Jeff was saying, and prefacing that, I just want to remind, it's difficult when we're talking about basin specific or statewide targets, is that a lot of our, looking at produced water has to do not specifically, Michael, like you said, by county, but it's by geological formation, right? So, I mean, you could almost say each well really could be different, even if it's in the same formation, right? I have coal bed methane that are producing a tremendous amount of water, and I have coal bed methane that are not. And I have a new exciting, piece in an exploratory formation with the Mancos Shale down here in the San Juan Basin. So I don't mean to throw more complexity in this conversation, but I think it's a worthy, note to make that I don't know how much we're going to have to drill this down to meet the target. So I almost think that we have a lot more. I feel like we've kind of put the cart before the horse. I think we're going to need a lot more information before we even can wrap our minds around the percentages, because there is a lot of unknowns, right? So in 10 years, I may have 30 Mancos shale wells that aren't producing anything, So I also wanted to mention pilot programs. So in order to get some of these data points and these benchmarks, Thomas, which I agree with, are maybe these pilot programs that have some forethought in them that are specific to what we want in different formations, right? So I'd love to work in these concept of a pilot into the rulemaking, so that it gives us more significant data that are specific to our geological formations in each basin. So not to try to make it more complex or more, I'm not trying to irritate the meeting, but I do want to throw that out.
Thanks, Michelina. Ember?
You, Commissioner. Let me try to put my hand down. There we go. Ember Michael. And thank you, Michelina. I did want to talk on the San Juan Basin as well. And there's 2 points, is with the Fruitland coal and the coal bed methane, and then the Mancos Shale. So first with the Fruitland coal, we are on a declining basin in the San Juan Basin. And this means that essentially Though had we started this maybe like 20, 30, 40 years ago, we had a lot of water. Our water sources, such as produced water down in the formation, are actually on a decline. And so when you drill an initial fruitland coal well, you have a lot of water up front. And then as the well produces, the water production declines. And with just the formation of the coal bed methane itself, the whole, like the fruitland coal, the Mesa Verde, the Dakota, it's on a decline. So we're not producing as much water as we used to, even when you have an initial well. You may get 100 barrels for the first few, let's say, months of the life of the well. And then towards the end of the well, you could get 3 barrels in a month, right? So you could get 100 a day versus 3 a month. So the variability is there, as well as the decline. And then another point about the coal bed methane, if one of the criteria, Hope, on slide 16, when you were talking, it had mentioned hydraulic stimulation. And so uniquely down here with the coal bed methane and the way that the formation is structured is we don't hydraulically frack. The coal and everything allows when you drill and you have pre-perforated pipe that comes down. So you don't have to stimulate and use a bunch of water and sand and prop open the spaces. It all just flows up, right? So with that, the criteria for the fruitland coal or the coal bed methane, it doesn't require stimulation. So not a lot of water that's used in that process. So I'd like to pause on that. And then I'd also like to switch over to the Mancos Shale. And what's different about the Mancos Shale in the San Juan Basin is that it's not an oil producer, and they call it dry gas. And the reason it's dry is because there's no water in the formation. So it looks different than the rest of the state, and they're not oil producers. So oil producers have a lot of water entrained in their formations, where in the San Juan Basin, the coal bed methane does not. And so it does take water, it does take volumes to be able, and we do hydraulically fracture the Mancos shale wells, but only 8% of that water is returned up. And so with back of the envelope math, you would need about 10 to 12 wells to be drilled, be able to, until you could store enough water of produced water to recycle and reuse to drill another well that would be fully reduced or recycled water. So with some of this information, what I'd like to do is propose that in our recommendations that we provide language for exemption for the San Juan Basin and around the coal bed methanes, and that these water reduction due to the lack of hydraulic stimulus, that we would exempt these practices within the rule. And then also until we have more information on how with 8% return of water, and it's a dry gas. And so these other areas within the state, they produce water. We can do this. In the San Juan Basin, there's limited resources to no resources to try to meet these numbers. So I'd also like to write in an exemption for language to exempt the whole San Juan Basin from these requirements at this time. Maybe circle back. We could do life cycle analysis and look at the dry gas. There are other, as many people have mentioned, incentives, these types of things. And of course, the San Juan Basin, the operators want to reuse water, but it's declining. So thank you for listening.
Thanks for that, Ember. I'm not sure that the data that has been produced out of our reports is indicating the same information that you're providing here. And so I'm going to struggle a little bit with your analysis on this one. And I also am concerned that legislation may or may not allow for any type of exemption short of anything inside the exterior boundaries of the tribe, as that was explicitly called out in the legislation, but otherwise indicates statewide reduction. And so just a couple of thoughts on that one, but certainly want to give you the opportunity to review the reports that we produced up to this point and see how that comports with your analysis. as to water volumes available for reuse and recycling in the San Juan Basin. Tracy?
Thank you, Tracy Kozlov. Just try to be brief. It does sound like a lot of consortium members are giving really good points as to why basin-specific maybe standards should be put in place. And I wanted to describe that in terms of water management. You all know I come from a state water regulation background. We do have rules that have different regulations for different groundwater basins, and it works. And so just an example where this has been done in the water sector, and even where you have a groundwater basin, the footprint has different layers with different regulations that apply in these different layered aquifers. So even getting to that level of detail is something we've done with water. And also water regulations differ for produced water for CBM versus non-CBM wells. So we've also made that distinction. So just wanted to throw out examples that this has been done in the water space.
Thanks, Tracy. Thomas?
Yeah, thanks. So as Michelina Pollack pointed out, I mean, my research group have done a lot of water quality and toxicity analysis within various basins. And it is absolutely correct that we see a lot of variability even within a basin, even within 50 miles, you can have double the amount of salt. And so the implication of having double the amount of salt has huge implication from a treatment perspective. Suddenly you need to treat a lot more. And when you treat more, the energy consumption goes up, the greenhouse gas emission goes up. The water footprint of producing the technology that allows for recycling goes up. And so we basically need to develop different treatment approaches depending on the water quality, right? Salt being a major driver, but if you have certain toxic compounds that needs to be removed in one place but not in another place, it also adds to the cost. So I think going forward, this is very complex, but there are many ways to evaluate the best path forward in order to optimize sustainability while minimizing the economics related to this. And that is in form of doing life cycle analysis and techno-economic analysis. It's very important that when we dial all these different, buttons, to optimize for water recycling, that we don't forget that it might impact other important aspects of environmental quality, such as production of greenhouse gases, right? So I think LCA and TA analysis should be tools that we apply in order to determine what is best for each of these different scenarios. Thanks.
Thanks, Thomas. Michael?
Thanks, Chair Messner. I wanted to just respond a little bit on the question about the San Juan Basin targets. And just to add to what Chair Messner said, I checked our report on produced water, and it looks to me from that report like there's actually more produced water being generated in the San Juan Basin than is actually being used for fracking there, which suggests to me that there should be some room to require at least some recycling of produced water in the San Juan Basin. And I would, I think the premise behind the kind of tier approach we're discussing is to start at a relatively low threshold based on targets we know are achievable today without building out additional infrastructure. So I would urge that if we are going to go to a basin-specific approach, we not exempt the San Juan Basin. And in addition, there's probably legal problems with that too. But recognize that we're creating a pretty long glide slope, up to 10 years to ramp up recycling, and that I think we can do that in the San Juan Basin the way it's being done in other parts of the state as well.
Thanks, Michael. Michelina?
Michelina Pollack, can I just say I love that we're talking about the San Juan Basin. Just saying, feel special today. I sort of want to double down on what Ember is saying on the production of water. So I did some analysis based on what was reported in 2022 at our last meeting, talking about that we had 15.3 thousand or million barrels, right? That we disposed of, but each horizontal well uses approximately 500,000 barrels of water, right? I went through this on our last meeting, which means we only have enough produced water to drill maybe 30 wells per year with the produced water that we're producing. What Ember is saying also is that our water declines over time. In most basins, the produced water declines over time of production, right? So I don't know that, I mean, I'd love the San Juan Basin to be exempt, you know, so would my operators. However, we are already using, you can look at our recent OGDP with Nuvita Resources. You can see that we're using about 15% recycled water because of the ECMC commission, you know, reviewed the OGDP and approved some of our infrastructure pipeline, you know, stuff through that, which was appropriate and reasonable and within the rules. But that isn't necessarily available in all of our areas, right? So I like what Ember's saying about exemptions, not maybe exempting a whole basin, but I like what she's saying about exemptions. So I think it should be on the table, hope somewhere, as we're going through some of these deliverables is, and especially for the rulemaking, is to consider exemptions for certain wells, for certain OGDPs, you know, for a certain amount of time. So I do think it should be on the table.
Thanks, Michelina. Go ahead, Ember.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. I did just want to put a couple of qualifying statements on that. That first of all, I wasn't representing any specific operator or entity out in the San Juan Basin. It was just from a subject matter knowledge and discussions. And when I said an exemption, I mostly meant if the criteria in slide 16, because it had mentioned stimulating wells with like hydraulic stimulation or fracking, that we look at those wells that aren't using that technology for an exemption, just with the water usage, because there's not that much water that's used. So that was where I was going on that one. And then for the Mancus, the dry gas, it is, as Michelina said, and it just produces less water than oil formations do, like up in the DJ. And so with that, it was more like we do need a life cycle analysis or something so we can understand the water that's coming out and how to use that. And I do know there's water in the San Juan Basin, and that operators, as Michelina stated, are reusing and recycling. And I think the incentives programs would be good for down in the San Juan as well. So just clarifying, that's where I was trying, not the whole basin to just be exempt from having to look at this project. But so thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna start. I'll keep calling on people here. I want to, I guess, refocus us a little bit on this concept of, from a structure standpoint, do you want to look at things on a basin specific level or on a statewide level? Because that's the direction we're going to ultimately need to give the director. As we're seeing right now, there's lots of complexities when it comes to each of the different basins, and each of the different basins have different characteristics and different specificity that is it's gonna make this complex to go on a basin by basin level. I'm not trying to discourage us, but we've got 2 hours left in this particular meeting. It's it's complex, each basin, especially if you want to talk about basins inside the basins and the level of analysis that Thomas just brought up. We're going to have to be prepared to deal with that if we're going to do basin specific stuff, which is not how we've approached the reports up until this point. And so just a thought on that one. So go ahead, Barbara. Sorry, Barbara, you're muted.
There's a comment in the chat from Emma I'd like to bounce from. I think I'm hearing the majority of the comments recognizing complexity, but still thinking that basin-wide targets are a good approach. And Emma suggested we take a straw poll to try and get a sense of the room, if you will. I leave that up to you, Chair Messner or Hope. But the other question I had was, you had mentioned there's been some modeling going on about opportunity for infrastructure placement in various basins based on DIC location. I think it'd be very helpful for the consortium to learn what's gone on there and what conclusions are being drawn. But back to the straw poll.
Thanks, Barbara. We can do a straw poll. I'm assuming that everyone knows how to use the hand raise feature in Zoom. If you don't, will you unmute yourself and say, I don't know how to use it? Otherwise, I'm going to assume that people do. Okay, so I'm not hearing
Commissioner Messner, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. Erin Sedlacko has said that she knows how to do a poll. So can we invite Erin to do a poll and tell us how to use it?
Sure.
Erin?
Hi, I'm figuring it out on the fly as I'm just looking here to see that there's an option for it. So I started a poll for basin or statewide, and I'm trying to figure out how to post it. If you guys want to continue your conversation while I try to figure out how to post it, then we'll go with this way. Otherwise, maybe we could do the hand raising thing.
Okay. Tessa?
I'm mute. Sorry, Tessa Sorensen. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for kind of pointing out. I like the refocusing, and that was part of what I was going to say. The other thing I wanted to say was, you know, these are recommendations to a regulatory body. They are ultimately responsible for, and there's the poll.
The poll is live. Thank you.
Yeah, but so Erin, it says hosts and panelists cannot vote. So you're polling the public at the moment. I think we need to switch it to hosts and panelists poll. I think this is not our only opportunity as a consortium to provide feedback and recommendations to the ECMC. I think it's recognized that while we are creating a slope, as Mike called it, over many years, that this is not going to be the only time we tell the ECMC what we think out of all the research and work that we have done that should be done, knowing what we know and knowing what we're going to learn in the next year. We've already done 1 year, we've got more to go, and there will be more information on that might feed this. So I would my personal preference is to vote a little simpler rather than more complex to begin with.
Thanks, Tessa. I hope that means that you're taking the intensity concept off of the table.
I am not going to decide or recommend to ECMC exactly how to implement the recommendations we make. No.
Thank you.
We like our intensity rules.
Go ahead, Greg.
So, Chair Messner, I do not want to cut off any of the consortium's discussion because it has been incredibly helpful for me to listen to. I see that Harmony has raised her hand, so maybe before I offer up a model that we've been trying to work on here that sort of looks at both statewide and basin specific. I may wait till all of the consortium members have sort of put things on the table, and maybe my suggestions or model doesn't seem as appropriate in light of some of the comments, but in others, I think it could be helpful.
Thanks, Greg. Harmony, go ahead.
Harmony Cummings. I just want to highlight that the legislation actually requires it, and this is exactly what it says: required for each oil and gas production basin an iterative and consistent increase in the use of recycled or reused produced water without increasing emissions associated with oil and gas. When we worked on this legislation, when we wrote it, it was always our intent for this to be a by-basin approach, given the complexity and infrastructure and just all the diverse needs. So I just want to highlight that I think that was always the intent of the legislation.
Thanks for that. So,
And Chair Messner, are we seeing the results of the poll?
I don't know.
That I just saw.
All I'm seeing is how I voted, but I don't know. What am I looking at, Aaron?
So what we're looking at, I was hoping that I was sharing all the results, but perhaps I'm not. We have 63% voting for basin, or not voting, sorry, polling for basin, and 38% for state.
Okay.
And that's 16 of 16 folks voted. Not voted.
Okay. Does everyone feel like their voice was heard there? And if that's the case, I'm going to go to Greg, and he can share kind of what his approach has been, and or whatever you want to present, Greg. Anyone have any problems with that? Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you, and thank you to the entire consortium for indulging me at the last minute. Arthur Kepsel and I have been really kind of cranking through data from the completed interval reports, Form 5A, and unfortunately it's more challenging to extract the data than I would like it to be. That said, Arthur's done a great job of getting us something that we could play around with, and so what I'm going to present is a very raw spreadsheet that we've been working on. In fact, when I didn't hear the question about federal lands earlier, it's because I had my head in the spreadsheet. And so I'll share this, again, it's very raw. I'm just trying to get an idea of how we can work these numbers to come up with something. So I will, Aaron, need the ability to share my screen.
Give me just one more second, Greg.
You're doing a bunch of things at once. And what we've taken, Arthur and I have taken Form 5A data from forms that have been submitted and approved, as well as those that have just been submitted over the last 5 years, from 2020, 2021, 22, 23, and 24. And just started looking at those data as a way to sort of springboard off of. So thank you. I can share my screen now. Are you all seeing a spreadsheet?
I can see it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I got one. Barbara was shaking her head, but I've gotten enough other yeses that I'll go with it.
I just had a delay.
Okay. So this gives data for each oil and gas producing basin, not just the, kind of top 4 that we've talked about a lot, or top 5, I guess, that we've talked about a lot with the North Park Basin. It's broken down into fresh water used, recycled water used, and then the sum of those two amounts of water for 2020, 2021, 22, and so on. And then I've totaled it up on a statewide basis. So for 2020, if I total up the amount of recycling that was done on a statewide basis, we're sitting at 29%. And that's represented by, 93% here in the Piceance Basin, and only 1% in the DJ Basin. There's some variability in the DJ Basin. It got up to 3%. In in 2021, and was at 94% in the Piceance. Note the San Juan Basin, had no completions reported in 2020. In 2021, there was, that's maybe one well completion. I don't know for sure, but no recycled water. And then in 2022, they boosted it up and used nearly all recycled water. So some variability there that we see. So I selected 2022 as a baseline, and I did take this out further to 23 and 24. I selected 2022 as a good baseline just due to the general level of operation. In 2021, there was far fewer completions. In 2023 and 24, we don't have all the forms processed yet. So I just somewhat arbitrarily took 2022 as a baseline, where we had 27% statewide recycling. Each basin had some percentage of recycling where they had a well completion. So here again is the 2022 data as a baseline, freshwater, recycled, and then the sum of freshwater plus recycled water, and then again that current recycling percentage, so sitting at just under 27%. Using the screenshot from earlier that had some recycling targets, 5 to 10% within 2 to 4 years. Well, if we're already at 26% on a statewide basis, then we probably don't want to be talking about the statewide to hit that target. And so I put in the DJ Basin. I said, well, let's target that to go from 1.87% or almost 2% to 5%. And one thing I did in the DJ Basin is I used a number from deliverable 4 where we had said 330 million barrels or 330,000 barrels per well completion and 612 wells completed in a year. So I just used that number as a projected amount. Given the time constraints for the other basins, I simply used the same number of well completions as what we would have, and the same volume of water as what we used in the baseline. I recognize that that's not an appropriate way to go, and that's one of the things I was saying, this is not complete. But just given that, if we boost from 1.87% in the DJ Basin to 5%, plus make incremental increases, like 1% increases in the other basins that are already using significant amounts of fresh water, we can bump that up to statewide 28%. So we could set a statewide target and then play around with the numbers to see what it would take to get there. Or we can set basin-specific numbers and see what that will deliver as a statewide percentage. Again, looking out to the 5 to 7 years, 15%. If we apply that 15% to the DJ Basin, then, and some modest incremental increases in the other basins, we could get up to 35% statewide. And then moving out to 2034, 10 years from this year, it's kind of the same thing. If we hit 30% there, we'll hit 47.5% over the state, again, with, some increases in the other basins that are already successfully recycling. All of these numbers are just thrown out for example purposes for how we could play around with those numbers to set those goals. And that's the intent of why I'm sharing this. I thought it was very interesting just in the way the statewide percentage recycled can be used as a target, and then you can pick basin-specific goals to meet that target, or you can pick basin-specific goals and it will deliver the statewide target. And Chair Messner, that's all I had to share. I again appreciate everyone's indulgence and hope that just kind of shows that example of how those numbers can be sort of manipulated as we create goals.
No, I appreciate that, Greg, and appreciate you sharing the information and compiling it all. And I think it highlights like what is possible, and how it could be analyzed. I think again, I continue to struggle. Like to me, that statewide percentage is not an actual like statewide percentage of all water used. It's just means that the individual requirements for each OGDP applies statewide, right? And so I'm not sure how that ties to this as far as calculating that, because I'm not sure what percentage we're going to require in the water plan in order to be able to get to these from a statewide perspective. So I'm just trying to figure out how we implement it, right? I think this is a really good way of approaching it, right? And I think it makes sense to me, but I'm trying to figure out how we implement what we need to implement in the water plan in order to get to this, right? And so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but that's kind of what was going through my head as you were presenting it.
I understand, and I think that's I agree with your earlier statement that it's a statewide requirement for all oil and gas development plans to achieve some level of recycling depending upon what basin they are in. I guess is how I would interpret the statutory directive. But I think it's also important to consider, what the overall recycling capability of the state is on a whole.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks. And I didn't mean to jump in front of everyone else, but I did. Harmony?
Greg, thank you so much for this information. Spreadsheets and how this is presented really speaks well to my brain. What I think is important is the point that Barbara brought up earlier, and like reading exactly off the bill language, that with the primary goal of the consortium being to reduce the use of fresh water. And when I look at the 2022 numbers, I think it's super important to highlight that the DJ Basin makes up 93% of the usage. So when we're talking about where we need to focus our time, energy, pilots, research, pushing on the industries there, if we're actually going to see a reduction in water usage, we need to be doing it to the people using the most water.
Thanks, Harmony. Barbara?
Yeah, I really appreciate you sharing this spreadsheet, and I hope you won't feel uncomfortable sharing it with the rest of us to have a little more time to go over it. But I do want to make a comment about the North Park data. I'm quite familiar with Fulcrum / D90 operations. To my knowledge, they have no produced water storage or treatment infrastructure. So I'm quite dubious about this large percentage reuse that's showing from your data mining, and would really like to work with you to get to the bottom of that. What I think is a discrepancy. Each time they're ready to frack a well up in the North Park, the temporary lay flat lines are introduced into the Little Grizzly. They pump the water into big open top storage tanks that are taken down after the frack job is done. I see no evidence of recycling.
Thanks, Barbara. Michael?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Messner. And Greg, thank you for this. This is really interesting data. And as Barbara suggested, if you wouldn't mind, would you be willing to share this with us? Because I would like some more time to pour over it. I was taking notes as fast as I could when you were talking, but I'd love to have a little more time to sit with it.
I will. As you can see, we're on like row 91. I have a lot of cleanup to do, and I warned Chair Messner before I nudged him that I'd been working on this, that it was really not ready for prime time. But I felt like the interplay between the basin, the work that you can do in a basin, and how that affects the statewide picture, I felt like that was worth sharing. And so I would be happy to, just provided I have a little bit of time to give you something that's clean and actually worth your time playing with.
No, of course, that no problem. Thank you. One thought I had, and this goes to the question about statewide versus basin specific. I actually think that the way you've laid it out here on a basin-wide or a basin-specific target with the statewide total is kind of a really helpful perspective in that, you know, you could, for example, could imagine where we make some recommendations for certain targets, say, you know, 5% in the DJ in 2027 and whatever the other incremental increases are elsewhere. But then I think if we could then say, look, here are the targets we would recommend imposing in each basin, but then say, if you do this, here's the statewide outcome. So the statewide number wouldn't necessarily have to be a regulatory target or a regulatory requirement, but it would be really helpful for the commissioners and the legislature to see, look, if you use this mix of targets for different basins, here's where we think you're going to get statewide. And I think that's maybe a helpful way to get the full picture there, even if we break this out by basins.
Thanks, Mike. Hope?
Thank you, Chair Messner. I do want to point out this short timeline and how different consortium members are wanting to receive reports earlier so that they have time to review them. I would like to ask the consortium members if instead of having Greg share this spreadsheet, if they would allow me to work with Greg to refine this and include it in the final draft recommendations that I'll present at our September 13th meeting. And if you can do that, maybe I can get a report out a little bit quicker.
I think that makes sense. And so to kind of wrap this up, I mean, I think we've heard that the consortium wants to evaluate this on a basin by basin level. And I think Greg's provided a framework on how that could be evaluated and the necessary basins that would need to be evaluated. I think the interesting thing, I'm going to poke here a little bit, but I'm on board with going with the basin specific stuff. But if you did it with what Hope initially proposed, and instead of requiring, you know, 5% statewide, you required 6% statewide, that would have probably accomplished the same statewide increase in recycling than having these other smaller basins increase it by 1%, right? So I'm not sure in the end we accomplished that much by like doing this analysis all over the state and increasing these other basins by 1%, but having the major increase occur in the DJ basin because of the volume of water that's actually being utilized in the DJ basin. But I'm okay with this because, as Harmony indicated, it could be interpreted in the legislation that it is a requirement to have an iterative schedule basin by basin. And I think that Greg has provided a framework that I think would work as Hope continues to develop input from consortium members to, you know, accomplish this. And so maybe the direction at this point, so that we can continue to move on to a couple other topics, is that Hope work with Greg to develop basin specific targets based on the framework that was both provided by Barbara and Greg to present to us as a recommendation in a future meeting. Does that seem okay? Does anyone have any heartburn with that? Okay. Well, there's your direction, Hope. Do you have any heartburn with it? You probably have a lot of heartburn with it, but there you go. Do you want to ask some more questions of us? Maybe not.
No, I don't want any more questions. I do appreciate all the conversation, and if we can cut off questions, and I'll just go with the direction as Chair Messner said, I would like to move on to the approach to our next deliverable. We just have 30 minutes left in our meeting.
That's fine. I think that, you know, if consortium members have additional topics that they want to make sure is considered as part of the, you know, revision of this draft, that they should contact and email Hope independently. Unless Hope, you want to take a second here and let folks highlight it at the meeting. I know that you want to get to this direction too, and so we can do that. My notes do indicate that there's some, I think, necessary conversation that needs to happen, an inclusion around recompletions and enhanced recovery and those type of things. This conventional versus non-conventional, and maybe that's a bad idea, right? Maybe it just applies to all wells, and so we don't even have to have this discussion. And so I think some contemplation and consideration on that. And then we haven't had this conversation around equivalency yet. And I don't know if you want to have that, get feedback as the whole group here on equivalency or not, or if you want to share any specificity on that. But I think that's a piece. And then this other last piece that I've got, at least in my notes, is this kind of utilization of a benchmark, perhaps specifically towards incentives.
Well, you are correct. I have questions about incentives, fees, and penalties. I have questions about the other items that you mentioned. I am wondering, for the approach for deliverable 7, if I could just have maybe 3 minutes of time, and then we can get that one done and we can go back to this discussion.
Let's do it.
Okay, thank you. So for deliverable 7 is really identifying and removing those barriers to the safe reuse and recycling. Now, Erin, you don't need to show the presentation. It's really about identifying and removing those barriers to the safe reuse and recycling of produced water. And what I'd like to do is use the information from our previous 6 reports to inform this, and then potentially assign homework to the consortium members that is related to identifying these specific barriers. Would that be an approach that most people could get around and support?
Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Anyone have any concerns with that? Sounds like you're good.
Thank you very much. Let's return to ECMC rulemaking. Chair Messner, is there a place that you had wanted to start?
I was just kind of reiterating my notes. I don't know, I defer that to you. What do you need information on in order to be able to continue to move forward with your process? And again, it's like equivalency, benchmark, conventional versus non-conventional, recompletions, enhanced recovery. That's what, and I'm sure other people have other things too, so.
Well, yours, when you said them, were exactly what I had in my notes, but my note taking can be really messy. So that's why I handed it off to you, just because my notes are messy. So I do want to talk about equivalency. Does anybody have heartburn about defining an equivalency? Like, they just want to stick to produced water only, and then if if people do want to discuss equivalency, then we'll take that conversation next.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, I would like to have a little more discussion about that before we decide to go that route.
Okay, Barbara?
On the equivalency, if we're talking about taking treated water that is ordinarily returning to stream flow or underground recharge, I think we have to be very careful about unintended consequences, diverting those waters that would be important for environmental enhancement.
Hope maybe you could reiterate, at least from your draft, what you had contemplated as what equivalency would be.
Thank you. And thank you for that question, Barbara. The equivalency is really something that might be akin to E&P waste. And so it would not be anything that you would typically think of in the water cycle, like surface water, alluvial groundwater, even reclaimed domestic wastewater would not be an equivalency. So potentially, and we haven't explored what an equivalency for E&P waste might be, but maybe it would be water that is from a UIC well. And so it's, produced water and you bring it back up. Or maybe it is, well, that's the one that I can think of right now. So if we were to explore it more, I'm sure other people would have ideas.
Thanks. Mark?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Misner. Yeah, just I do. That was one of my talking points I wanted to get on today was is equivalency. It's getting an accurate definition of what that would be. I think is going to be very helpful. Again, going back, I think our ultimate goal is freshwater reduction, and by limiting our options, right, it's just going to get really limit our abilities to maximize our freshwater reduction. So just like to have everybody consider, maybe some, not just reversing UIC wells. I think that's a great option. There's other things out there too, but brackish or even maybe some industrial waters that are really difficult for treatment and discharge. I think there's the broader we can define that equivalency, I think would really help us get to a larger freshwater reduction number. And I think there's a few things we're working on to try to vet those out, but we don't have enough data and understanding of those systems yet to really do that. But again, it'd be helpful to have a definition that gives us some flexibility in how we're sourcing these equivalencies. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. I'll go to you next, Mike. I wonder, Mark, if I could ask you a question. Like, what are your thoughts around having a definition that said something like, equivalency would be water that is not able to be treated and put back into the water cycle or something?
Yeah, something similar to that.
I don't know how to say it. I'm not old.
Yeah. And there's, like for example, one that just pops in my head, waters that go into class 1 injection wells, that's not an E&P waste, but that's something that we could utilize, right? Yeah, exactly. So there's, in my mind, it goes to like brackish waters that are, there's not a lot of brackish opportunities here in the DJ, but there's potential to tap some other sources that are not specifically E&P waste that I think are non-utilizable by the industry or municipalities or agricultural. So it'd be nice to be able to capture those source availabilities if they're feasible and volume appropriate for us.
Thanks, Mike.
I kind of just like to add to what Barbara said. I mean, I think the definition here is critical. And if we're talking about E&P waste as being the equivalency, that makes me less nervous, or causes me less concern than if we're looking outside of E&P waste to water from something outside the oil and gas field. I mean, the rule, in part, largely because of the reasons Barbara said, that we want to make sure we're not taking water that would otherwise go back into the water table and stream flows. That concern maybe is less of a problem if we're talking about, E&P waste or stuff that's would otherwise be in a class two injection well. But I think if we start looking outside the oil field or outside E&P waste, this question gets a lot more complicated than if we're sticking with something a little bit more narrow. And my sense is there's probably plenty of water from E&P waste that could be used for this purpose, possibly as equivalents, that we wouldn't necessarily need to look outside the oil field for that. But I mean, that's sort of as I think about the line that gives me more concern or less concern is, are we still just talking about E&P waste or something much broader than that?
Well, let me ask you a question then, so I better understand your point of view. Are you comfortable with water that maybe came out of a UIC well?
Yeah, I want to learn more about that. Right, this is sort of new to me. I didn't really understand what it was until what we were talking about until today when Hope explained it. What kind of triggered a little bit of a flag for me was the idea of using industrial water or other water sources that otherwise might remain in the water table. That's the one that jumps out at me as being particularly concerning. Not having really done the research or really thought through what using class 2 UIC well water would involve. I want to know more about it, but I can see that being a discussion worth having, subject to what folks who know a lot more than I do about this think on the subject and can tell us.
Thanks. Eric?
Thank you, Eric England. Some of these comments I think have better informed my thinking about this and may change my understanding. Initially, when I thought of equivalency, I kind of took that as optionality. And although certainly the primary focus is to reduce fresh water by using recycled produced water, there could be unique circumstances where, for an example, an exploratory well or development in a new area where there isn't currently available produced water, that some optionality would allow us to meet the overall goal, but not necessarily tied to specifically using produced water. So I would be an advocate of preserving some optionality, but I do appreciate the comments that kind of help frame maybe what the sideboards are of that equivalency component.
Thanks, Eric. Barbara?
Yeah, two quick comments. One, if we're using E&P waste that didn't come from oil and gas, the question is, are there contaminants in there that would be of a concern, putting downhole for the use in well completion, since I don't know what's included in the broad term E&P waste. So that's an answer for the industry experts. But in advance of Tracy coming on with her comments and questions, my question for her is, do you see any obstacles for oil and gas operators to basically mine the non-tributary aquifer into which they are pumping in class 2 wells the produced water currently?
Thanks, Barbara. Tracy?
Thanks. Can you hear me okay? This is Tracy Kozlov.
Yes.
All right. So, Barbara, if I understood you correctly, mining water from that's already been injected into class 2 wells, I think we would probably want to recommend a statutory change to make that type of operation not subject to typical water regulations. But I think that there would be a way to do that, that statutory change specific to withdrawing that water that's already been injected into a disposal well. Hope that
It
answers
kind
your
of
question.
solves the, yeah, it kind of solves the problem in a way regarding storage. I mean, if currently oil and gas operators are using class 2 wells to inject their produced water, and we have limitations on storage in the DJ, this might be a way of getting around some of the storage complexities, was my thought.
Yeah, sounds interesting. And I don't know, Commissioner Messner, I had my hand raised. Is it my turn for that, or should I hold off?
No, it's your turn for that.
Okay, thank you. So I guess two thoughts about the equivalency topic. Maybe the existing definition at the federal level, underground sources of drinking water. That's a definition I understand is used for the underground injection control program where you can't have an injection well into an underground source of drinking water. And so maybe waters that are located in those formations, they're really brackish already. And maybe water from that type of formation that's not really, it's not suitable for drinking water, and maybe not for a lot of other uses. Maybe that would be an equivalency. One of my colleagues recently looked at an application for oil and gas water use from a formation that is not an underground source of drinking water, so really high TDS. So we could consider, is that source of water an equivalency to produced water? And then my second point and last point on this was that Hope and I were talking about how in the DJ Basin, something like 40% of the water that is injected comes back. So you're not getting that much produced water back from what you've put in. So it seems like you do need more water than just the produced water itself in the DJ Basin. And so if you have to look around for other water, would we rather that these operators maybe use treated wastewater instead of fresh water coming out of the streams? So do we have like a priority system in place where we say, you know, first try to use recycled produced water if that's not available. Secondly, try to use like a treated wastewater, and then thirdly, fresh water. So just want to put that out as food for thought as to having some prioritization scheme there.
Thanks, Tracy. Always appreciate your thoughts on that. That's super helpful. Tessa?
Yeah, I'll be as quick as possible. I know we're short on time. I want to actually kind of show my agreement with Harmony's statement that the DJ really does, I think, need to be focused on because it's a huge amount of water that's used. But secondly, the question was, you know, are UIC wells a good place to maybe get the water from? And I think that UIC wells are a fantastic example of existing infrastructure that could be utilized. They're not tanks on the surface. They don't take a huge amount of surface area. They're already permitted and planned and so did I cut out there?
Just for a second, yeah.
So those exist already, which means they're fantastically usable for that, and the infrastructure is partly there. So that's all I'll add on that.
Thanks. Jacob?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a quick thought of the equivalency question. We're often at the edge of my knowledge anyway. And on that issue, we're way past the edge of my knowledge. So I'm open. I just wanted to echo the sentiments along the lines of open to looking at that, but I don't understand it at all and would need to understand a lot more about what that meant and what the implications are and what the trade-offs are before having an opinion about it.
No, that's fair. And it's really just getting introduced today or in the last couple of days. And so I think that's understood for a lot of folks. Ember?
Thank you, Commissioner Ember Michael. Question on saltwater disposal flowback. And I've done a little bit of research. From my understanding, there are some operators in New Mexico that have successfully been able to flow back an SWD. So that might be a good place to start. I understand you pull the tubing, you could drop a submersible pump down, and then depending on the depth of the formation, like if you're down in the Mesa Verde, it could be 5,000 to 7,000 feet. The Entrada is like 9,000 feet. So just getting it up. But and some of my thoughts go to how do we store the water and your rates of flow, right? So you could get really high flow rates back from the millions of barrels that are stored down there, or really slow. But from a ECMC perspective, what, or is there a timeline on storage at this time? So if you were to have fill in the blank barrels of storage or produced water storage, can you keep it for 6 months, 10 years? Is there something that's already established in regulation now?
There's a good question. I mean, the answer is yes, but I'm going to kick it over to Greg Duranlo or John Heil to provide specifics.
Yeah, I can touch on that right now. We have John Heil. We have a limit of 3 years where it can be stored before you have to permit that storage facility as a centralized E&P waste management facility. If it is permitted as a centralized E&P waste management facility after those 3 years, then it can be stored as long as the operator desires to store it.
Does that answer your question, Ember? Okay. And I think the rate of water coming up from this kind of equivalency concept of a UIC well is a thing too, because my understanding is that the water does trickle up, and so may require some significant amount of time to be able to utilize it. And so I think that's a fair comment. Tracy, you still have your hand up. Did you have other comment?
No, sorry, let me get that.
That's okay. Any other comments on the equivalency piece here? John?
Hey, yeah. John Heil, I guess just one more thing. So E&P waste
Hey, John, you're breaking up. We can't follow. Not really. No, it's not better. We'll try one more time.
All right, sorry about that.
I could hear you that time. Oh, looks like we lost him.
It must be getting near to 2 o'clock, Mr. Chair.
That's right. So 6 minutes left, Hope. Anything else you would like feedback on? Oh, Greg, go ahead if you've got something.
Yeah, Chair Messner, I think I know where John Heil was going to go. I heard a comment, and I think he must have as well, with respect to, what amount of E&P waste is related to oil and gas. I don't exactly know how it was worded, but the exploration and production waste is always related to upstream oil and gas development. It is the waste that is exempted from RCRA subtitle C because it is generated in the oil and gas development process. So I think that was the clarity that John was trying to provide.
Okay, that makes sense. I will throw out there, Hope, and this is one that maybe we could take just a second on, but I think the difference between conventional and non-conventional, and well, let me ask it this way. Right now, in the recommendation, there's a kind of a contemplation that there's a difference between conventional and non-conventional. And I think we've heard enough today that delineation or those definitions of those two things may not actually be compatible with the conversations that we're having here. And while we could get much more complex with defining things geographically or geologically, what's the implication of applying this to all new wells across the board? Does anyone have any thoughts that it would be problematic to just apply this for any new oil and gas wells versus trying to define some subset of exemptions? Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick, thanks, Chairman Messner. Just one quick comment, and I think, boy, I forgot who brought it up. Was it Jeff or who? But you know, as you're developing a new, an exploratory area or you know, a new formation that isn't, you know, maybe a dry producer in an area that has a higher requirement for recycle, I could see that as being, you know, there's got to be some mechanism for that being considered. You know, like the one-offs, the new exploration areas, or new formation development activities, until at least we have a baseline understanding what that water can come up with. So that was my quick comment. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Amber?
Same as Mark, just the availability of water for new wells based on the basin or the geologic structure.
Okay. Other than that, I mean, they're like a well characteristic. I mean, I understand the concerns about availability of water or wildcat wells, but should there be any kind of consideration for wells that are hydraulically fractured versus not hydraulically fractured, or a depth or anything like that? Or is it easy enough just to apply this across the board for all new wells, understanding there perhaps should be some considerations for wildcat or exploratory type situations? No, that's a question. I don't know the answer to it. Go ahead, Harmony.
I don't know the exact answer to this either, but maybe there is some sort of, I don't know, exemption or different criteria for different products being produced, because we do have these other outlier products that people are drilling for. In addition, I absolutely think it's imperative that we're considering the amount of verticals and how long and how deep, because that's the game changer between your bigger operators and things like that, and the absolute significant additional way higher use of water. And if we're going to actually make an impact, that's where it needs to be. And those are the people who have the money, the resources to do it.
Thanks, Harmony. Ember?
Okay, so talking out loud and need some other oil and gas, but so for example, if it takes 300,000 barrels to hydraulically frack a well, and then for an unconventional one where you don't have to do any sort of hydraulic, or a conventional, excuse me, where you don't have to do stimulation, maybe it's like 100 barrels. So if you think of it in that way, maybe it is still potato and you try to just decrease it by a certain percentage, and it would work across the board, whether it's conventional or unconventional, hydraulically fracked or stimulated or not. Just kind of thinking out loud, and in the lines where maybe it doesn't matter how much or what you're doing, you can still try to reduce it at a certain percentage. Just thinking out loud, because it all seems the same.
No, I hear you. That's kind of where my brain was
But
going.
it's big volumes potentially, but it's still the same,
right,
mathematically.
I think maybe the big volumes, maybe there needs to be an increase in your percentage of usage. Once you get over a certain number of barrels, you have a step up in what you are required to do reuse on. And that way you have your lower, smaller operators who maybe are not using as much water, don't have to have those bigger impacts. But for the people taking on those larger projects, you have to be showing up with higher savings in water.
Well, I acknowledge that it's 2 o'clock, and that topic is probably not a simple enough topic to continue down the path on. So Hope, is there anything else that we should do to kind of round out the meeting here?
I wish there was something simple we could do to round out the meeting. I believe this is a complex topic. I believe that consortium staff has a lot on their plate and would ask that consortium members be available to consortium staff should we have questions and need to really clarify what we've heard today. On a different topic, Chair Messner, I wanted to share that several people were involved in the Headwaters magazine article about industrial water use, and I believe it came out this week.
That's great. Well, once again, I really appreciate all the thoughts and conversations. It's clear, again, we didn't have enough time to fully finish our conversation here, but do appreciate everyone's thoughts and the respectfulness of people's comments and willingness to listen to different points of view. And I think that's something that everyone here is very exceptional at. And so thank you for that. As indicated, Hope's going to be sending out additional information about the special meeting in order to sort out any discussion on deliverable 5. I think any number of staff will be reaching out to you individually to follow up on information for this particular recommendation. I think the recommendation has evolved at this meeting, and so I think you'll see a different proposal that will come from Director Dalton, as she's able to develop it based on both conversations that happened here and individual conversations that may occur over the next few weeks. But do know that we're going to have to get some refinement and finality to our recommendations by the next meeting in order for that to be considered as part of the rulemaking, as ECMC does actually have to complete the rulemaking before December 31st. And they do have to be able to develop draft rules in a certain amount of time prior to that rulemaking. And so the September meeting is going to be pretty important for us to be able to refine this if we want these to be considered as part of that rulemaking. And so I think we'll get there, and appreciate all the work that everyone's done. And if no one else has any final comments, Hope, then I will conclude the meeting for today, and we'll see everyone on the 22nd.
Thank you all.
Thanks for a good meeting.